width is more now.
Sir, at that time you can close your video and start your audio.
Yeah, better.
That will be better, sir.
Yeah. I just switched off my video. I can see you people. Okay, fine. Uh, so I hope other participants may join slowly. So now we have around participants, 7 or 8 participants. So what is there are these are values market approach to value. That means it's a valuation procedure. Various these are the three important procedures which we follow all over the world: market approach, income approach, and the cost approach. And there may be a question: which approach is most accurate? Of course, market approach, because if you have a comparable sale near your vicinity or surrounding, and you can, if you can, your plot can be compared with various aspects like width of the road, shape of the plot, all those things. So you can arrive at a reliable value very easily instead of disturbances are there. I don't know from where. Okay, anyway. Uh, okay, Tulsiramji, I'm happy to see you today. Your video is working. So, as I said, let's start sharing. Good morning, Tulsiramji. So, let's start sharing video of a market approach first. Okay, let me try. I'm not sure whether it will work or not. So, I will send you the same time. I will send the file to you in WhatsApp group so that you can refer that one also. So, first one is market. No, it cannot be go down. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay. This also you can minimize. This also you can minimize. Then what you will do? It is not operate actually. You cannot open like that. Yeah, it has come, but yeah, PPT. Then again here market approach is there. I'm tell you share screen. This one? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Let's go fast now. So you can see the. I hope you can see the slide now. Okay. Market approach to valuation. So the first one, types of market. The valuer should know what types of markets are in the whether it is buyer's market or seller's market or stable market, etc. So what is buyer's market? We know supply exceeds demand, giving purchasers an advantage over sellers in price negotiation. That is buyer's market. So supply is more. So accordingly, the purchasers, that is buyers, they can take the advantage to reduce the price. This is a basic principle of economics. If supply exceeds demand, price also decrease. It is inversely proportional actually. Supply and price, it is inversely proportional. So whenever the supply is, exceeds a certain limit, then we will find that in a graph also. It's coming. So there is a saturation point also for all of these things. So that both of the parties will be get advantage. Buyers will be seller also should get a reasonable margin. So seller's market is low supply
मिल्क
means
का
high
बच्चे भी
demand.
नहाएंगे तो गरम गरम रहे.
कुछ गड़बड़ है गड़बड़ है लगता है. Okay. Sellers low supply means high demand.
रियली ये मेरे को बहुत बड़ी गलती रही.
It's okay, sir. It happens. Stable market. A market with low trading volume that can absorb a large sale without a major change in
बात
price.
किधर की नहीं है.
That is called stable
तो
one.
मेरे लिए दिक्कत है. क्योंकि रिस्क था बेटा जो गर्म पानी वाला था ना, ये रियली रिस्क था.
उसको पता नहीं था तन्ना खड़ा था, फिर मैंने पूरा अच्छे से खोला तन्ना तन्ना की पूरी बॉडी जल गई.
Okay, somebody is talking. Okay, so as I said, it's the market with low trading volume that can absorb a large sale without major change in price. That is called a stable market. These are all definitions. It may ask, I mean, what is a stable market? Or they won't give you the word stable market. A market with low trading volume that can absorb a large scale without a major change is called 1, 2, 3, 4. So you write stable market there. Open and closed real estate market. There are two types of another category: open market and closed market. So what is open market? Buyers and sellers are competing to buy or sell. That is in open market there is always competition. Substitute properties are available. That means, when the buyers and sellers are competing with each other, naturally, we buyers will or purchase will get a options, substitutes. Okay, leave that plot or apartment. We'll go for this. So that is called substitute properties are available. Monopoly is absent. Yes, of course. So monopoly means a particular group or a particular company or particular person control everything. So that is called monopoly. So that monopoly is absent in open market. Whereas in closed market, only special buyers are permitted. That we will explain later. Only special buyers are permitted in closed market. Limitation may be community based, as I told you. Yesterday I think I explained this limitation. Community based, some like vegetarian and non-vegetarian community, for example, they will allow only vegetarians to or non-vegetarians to occupy the apartment. So that is the limitation. Closed market, it's a closed market, only those people, special people special buyers only permitted. Price of the property is closed market is lower than the price of property in the open market. Why? So very difficult to get the same special category of people. So naturally, what happens in closed market, the prices will be lower. It's logic, actually valuation is pure. You have to use your logic for answering these type of questions. See, it is very clear. Property price of property is closed market is lower than the price of property. You need not explain it. I mean, in the sense, it's a natural phenomenon because purchasers are limited, special buyers are there. So market also, value also come down. This is called closed market. So open market and closed market. Now, let us see demand and supply curve. As you've seen in your some disturbances here. What is that sound comes? Guptaji, any disturbance? Can you hear any disturbance now? I have some disturbances here.
So we can't hear anything, so I'm not so
Uh,
sure.
Yeah, it is a ringing sound.
Are you connected to two different computers at the same time?
I don't have different computers. I have, okay, my mobile and my lap. Anyway, I will continue. Let it be there.
I mean,
So
if you're both on the phone and your computer, then you
no, I
just
am using my
or just
lap
leave
today.
and come back. So
As you
just leave
said,
and come back, you'll be fine.
no, it's okay. We don't want to waste time now. You can hear me clearly, okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, fine. Let it be there. So, as you said yesterday, I removed the whole Zoom and again uh, downloaded. So now it's working at least. So, principle of supply and demand. The price depends on two things: demand and supply. Principles of supply and demand. Price varies inversely with increase in supply. Okay, as I said, it is inversely proportional. Price is inversely proportional to supply, and price varies directly with increase in demand. So when demand increases, price increases. So it is directly proportional. This is the two things you have to keep in mind: supply and demand, and price. So price varies inversely. It is also logically correct. You know, when the supply is increasing, prices prices will be lower, and when price varies directly with increased demand, demand increases, price also will increase. Let's go to the next slide. So this is a particular curve, graph. You just keep it in this mind. You know, this curve, this curve. Demand curve is always concave, and the other one is convex supply curve, concave and convex. So in between you can see 2 points, you know, that is market clearing price. This is called market clearing price. In y-axis you have prices, and in x-axis you have quantities. So that particular point which the both the curve meets, it's called market clearing price. Okay. Now, in real estate market, it takes time for supply to meet with the increased demand. As I said yesterday also, because one fine morning you cannot create an asset in real estate. It will take time, 2 or 3 years. So this is the most irony. This is an irony actually. When I mean demand increases, the supply, like manufacturing products, you cannot supply the things immediately. In future it may come, I don't know, because now the fast construction methods are there. So you can at least reduce the time lag with a new new construction technologies like prefab and all. So there is chances to increase, I mean, better in this case, to better performance in real estate for to meet the supply demand. So next one is non-transferability of real estate is one of the factors contributing to this phenomenon of restricted supply. This is non-transferability in the sense I told you, it is physically cannot be transferred. It is only a bundle of rights are transferred. Bundle of rights. A property is called a bundle of rights. I'm repeating because you know that words you should and it should be always keep in your mind. Like like I said yesterday, this is all typical questions. A property is a bundle of rights only. It cannot be physically. You can take the land and the things, other things. Yesterday, somebody has asked a question in reinstatement value, whether you can give the same price as this one, the old building replica. When you make a same using the same materials from the older house and reconstructing somewhere. There I forgot to point out one thing. When building is newly constructed, then you need to take depreciation because it's a new one. So there is no depreciation you have to take it into account. That's the only difference. Land value and other thing will be depend on location. So the third question, third point, valuer should determine if it is boom period or slack period. So that a valuer should be in the macroeconomics. You can see the Hindu newspaper or any Indian Express, anything. So go through those pages. you will get an idea how the market reacts with certain political development or certain central government policies or state government policies, state policy. These are things. So he should be in a position to see. In earlier days, we need not go for this. You know, values are okay. Just do the valuation. No, it is not like that. Have to be in the picture. You should get a clear picture of economy, of macroeconomics. So valuer should determine its if it is a boom period or slack period. Then finally, valuer should also study the recurring trend of recession. So why recurring trend of recession we got? Because in India, especially in India, our economy is cyclic. There will be slack period. Now we are facing a slack period actually. From now it may it should come up now. A stage has come. The land value will increase, apartment value will increase, everything. But unfortunately, the COVID has come into play. So it is there is an unpredictability factor or uncertainty factor is there. So otherwise, we can easily say 2000 after 2020, 21, 22, there will be a boom in market because so much immigrants from other countries came back to India, returned back to India. So naturally, there should be one of the reasons I'm telling you. Immigrants, as immigrants, number of immigrants from outside is increased. So there should be an increase in uh, land value as well as building value. So property value, we can call it property value. So this curve also very important for you. Bell curve. There will be a question related to bell curve in almost all the question papers. Bell curve. It's in economics. You might have known it. Numbers of the buyers and sellers in y-axis and the price in x-axis. So you see there are two curves. One is buyer's curve A to C. You can see buyer's curve A to C. Then seller's curve F to D. Clear? So there is a common area F to C where there will be no transaction will be possible. I'll explain the reason. So the picture should be clear. You just go through the this particular curve, bell curve. Just study it for 1 minute or 30 seconds. Buyer's curve, seller's curve, points are very clear. Buyer's curve is A to C, whereas seller's curve is F to D, and a union of FC, that portion, particular portion, shaded portion. So once you by heart it, I don't want to go back to the this same slide when I explain. So you got the points A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, 1G, that particular intersection. So let's go to buyer's curve. Number of buyers at different price levels. A buyer's curve represents number of buyers at different price levels. So in our x-axis we have seen price. If price, it depends on price level. A, that is point A. Did you please draw it in your white paper? I will go to this one. See, A. A is price with minimum number of buyers. There is minimum number of buyers in A, whereas in B, price with maximum number of buyers. Where is B comes the peak. See the curve, the top of that particular curve, circular curve. That is called B. That is peak period. So that is number of buyers are maximum number of buyers. Transaction may or may not take place. Yeah, because demand is they cannot that supplies maybe the supply is low. In that case, you can see that. So transaction may or may not be take place in B position. Whereas in C position, price with minimum number of buyers, transaction does not take place because its price is considered high. That is the result. You see the curve. C, y-axis is price. C is the price of that particular property. It's maximum there. So There may not be any transaction in that period, C period. So next one is, let us see similarly buyer's curve and seller's curve also. What is seller's curve? Number of sellers at different price levels. D, minimum number of sellers, that particular point D. You can check it in your graph, that curve graph. D is minimum number of sellers. Price is considered high by buyers. That is the thing. So here, the same point, the price is high, considering as far as buyers are considered. Minimum sellers also. E is maximum number of sellers. Transaction may or may not take place. Similarly, same the case of this one. F is minimum number of sellers. Price is considered low by sellers. This is the bell curve. In totality, we can say a bell curve is related to sellers, buyers, demand, and supply, everything. So it is interconnected. Now F to C, I told you F to C, that particular shader portion. Price range is at which most transaction take place. This is the area, that shaded area, hatched area. Maximum number, most transaction take place. You know the reason. It is it is in congruence with all the buyer's curve and seller's curve. So it is you call it in mathematics union. That's why I use the word union. So that particular region, the most transaction will take place. Now what is G? Ideal price, that is the center line, no? That particular perpendicular line I dot. This ideal price, average price, high price offered by a buyer, lowest price accepted by a seller, at which transaction take place. This is the ideal price. G is the ideal price. So both the parties are happy there. In real estate, next point. In real estate, price depends on, this is clear, no? This is very clear. You can now study more on it in various economics books, probable questions and all. But this, I don't think this G ideal price and all these things, they may ask in question papers. Anyway, from bell curve, I think that even the name curve is very important. The question is bell curve. Sellers, and which curve represents sellers or buyers market, etc., etc. So they will give so many options, 3-4 options, with the curve's name. So bell curve is the right answer for buyers and sellers, as far as buyers and sellers is concerned. So in real estate, price depends on needs of the buyer, paying capacity of the buyer. That we know it. So needs, what he needs actually. When we construct an house, we have an idea how much bathroom and toilets should be there, how the landscape to be done, all those things. That is needs of the buyer. If it is a villa or apartment, whatever. Paying capacity of the buyer. So we should have paying capacity. Now that is why economy is more important. The per capita income of India is very low now. So buyers are, even though the supply is there, as I told you, in Mumbai, I heard that 1.5 lakhs apartments are vacant now, because they are ready to sell it in cheap price also. Now the builders are ready to sell it, those properties, vacant properties, in very low price. Then also it is not working, the mechanism, because paying capacity of the buyer is very low now. Nobody has got job, most of the people. So because of this COVID-19, of course. So there is a problem there. So now, market survey, data collection, sources of sales transaction. This has to be done by a valuer. Market survey. You have to do, see, when you survey a market, you will get certain data. These data you should tabulate. Wherever you value a particular land or property, you must keep a record on it. Surrounding area this much, approximately. That is market survey, data collection, and sources of sales transaction. See, one of the main issue we are facing is sources of sales transaction. Either the registration department won't give you sales transaction exams, and if at all there, they will say it is in public domain. What you will obtain from the public domain? Fair market value, that is stamp duty value. Stamp duty value is nothing to do with market value, fair market value. It is just for registration purpose only. We take stamp duty value in certain income tax issues, otherwise or registration purpose. Otherwise all the valuations are depends on the open market value. So if stamp duty value is 50,000 per square feet, or sorry 500,000 for square feet, the actual market value may be 12,000. So these kind of things. So let us go to the other sources of sale instances. So what are the sources of sale instances? From where we will get sale instances? This particular word you should use always. Sale instances, that is a common word used in valuation. Instances, we can write non-availability of, because of non-availability of sale instances, we are going by this method. So very important, sale instances. Registrar's office, registrar's office, you won't get it. They will say it is in public domain. Some people actually nowadays registering in actual value after certain black money rules came into effect. So parallel economy issue. So registration as now being carried out in the real value, stamp duty value, not stamp duty value, open market value. They are registering it nowadays. I have seen so many instances recently for the past 1 year, 1.5 years. They are doing it in white money, only white. So otherwise, you can do one more thing. When a government or a bank or a public sector acquires a land, they will pay the actual price, open market value. They must show it in their accounts only. Otherwise, it is considered as black money. They will be in trouble. So no, not government. Even government acquires only in open market value. And similarly, banks, when bank acquires a property from you, or the bank needs a property, they will give you the cash, amount, which is almost similar to the open fair market. We'll call it fair market value. So that is registrar office. Then local inquiry. This is obsolete now. Actually, as per IBS standard, you cannot do a local inquiry. Reliable value will not be available with a local inquiry. Local inquiry, what is that? You can approach a person. He may be a document writer. He may be a broker, real estate broker. They will give you high value only or low value. It depends on your this thing. It is called hearsay. HEARHAY. Hearsay. What is hearsay? That is it. So people are just putting some value, giving some speculative price. It is not acceptable as per IVS. So local inquiry is now almost we are not relying on it fully. We can't rely on it. Advertisements, of course, advertisement is in a way it is good. There are advertisements in some advertising portals, web portals, real estate portals. Note down this real estate portal's name. You will get plenty of sale offers, advertisements, plenty of sale offers, like in your locality. So write down the names. 99acres.com. In 99acres.com, you type your name of the district and locality. So many, at least 5 or 6 sale instances you will get. That is sale offers. You call it as sale offers. It is open market value actually. Sometimes they won't say it openly, not revealed. They won't reveal it. So as such case, you leave it. But there are cases where they are clearly mentioned, width of the road, where is it is located, everything is there. So when you get all those things, you can get at least 3 sale instances from the okay, write down the web portals, real estate portals names. Magic Bricks. magicbricks.com. There also you will get plenty of sale offers. Then the third one, hello address. Hello address. Please write it down. So these three or four real estate portals are very useful to valuers. So they will get now after getting these sale instances, you should see there is a word called negotiation factor. Even if in a physical condition, when a broker approaches you, yes sir, I have a plot with the 3 lakh rupees percent or 300 square feet percent. Yeah, are you interested? So I will say no. This that locality, I don't think 300 cents too much. So we will negotiate it. How much? Maximum 20%, right? So he may reduce 600 per square feet. So that becomes 3,000 instead of 3,000. Maybe it becomes 2,400. So allow a negotiation factor. That is you judge, because that particular area you only knows how to whether it's 20 or 15. Generally 15 to 20 you can deduct from that. The advertisement offer price, you deduct it, so you will get an approximate value. Then land acquisition cases. Yes, land acquisition cases is done by government. So it is almost maybe sometimes in some cases more than market value. So not you cannot fully rely on it. Anyway, in land acquisition cases, in nearby vicinity is okay in a way. You can justify in any court or any a competent authority like income tax, wherever. So land acquisition cases, we have seen that in various purpose of valuation court. I think, I hope you remember that court purpose. So court purpose, that is the thing. So you have to justify your value. That's the most important part of all of this. Whether you put any value, you need a justification. This is why I put this. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. Either you will be de-panel from the bank, or BBA will take action against you if you cannot in a position to you if you. That is why we are learning professional ethics and standards. There is a in your syllabus. So that professional integrity, honesty, you should keep as far as possible. It should be there. So land acquisition cases also you can take auction sales by some people. There may be auction sales. So that is open, so that you can take that value also. Instances. I am talking about sale instances from where you will get market value of a land, or websites. I told you the websites. So then values data bank. That is you have to create yourself. Whenever your career starts, each one case you just note down. After 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you will get plenty of data, because you are doing so much valuations after passing IBBA, or even after registering 34 AB Wealth Tax Act in income tax after 10 years. This is after 5 years you are getting values data bank. Okay, so these are the sources of sale instances. I hope. Let us go to the next sources to determine area of the plot. So how to determine the area of the plot? Of course, from government records. They will provide a location certificate. It is called a location certificate. So in location certificate, they specify, sometimes they provide even drawings, the plot map. They will mention it, the correct shape and all. So their triangulation method, they will do it. Still they are doing in triangulation method. Not digital survey is not at all, I mean, implemented by the government so far. So chain survey. So that sketch is there. You will get from the government, determine the area of the plot. You can easily determine the plot area. Then comes title deeds. Of course, title deeds won't give you. I will tell you very frankly, it won't give you a exact. It's old parent documents may be very old, so they will follow the same area throughout the next buyer. So it's a chain. So same area they will better to measure the area. You can ask your client, either go to a digital this thing, or possession certificate, you request a village officer to provide a sketch. They will send a person to it. They will in Kerala it cost 1,500 rupees. Okay, village officer to come and measure his assistant. So if that is there, okay, it is the latest one. You can depend on it, and then you can record it. In possession certificate also there will be area specification. When you give possession, I hope you know these words: possession certificate, location certificate, all those things. So from these documents you can determine the area of the plot. Sanction plans, of course, this is one of the best example. In sanction plans, constructed buildings are there. So what happens for sanctioning a particular building? We need we should mention FSR, FSI, a floor space index, and coverage area. So in both the case, you need area of the plot. It all depends on the area of the plot. Total plinth area and all the plinth area by plot area multiplied by 100 is floor space in coverage area. So whenever even in FSI definition also plot area is plot area they will mention in the construction drawings, and you can rely on it. Then survey if recent surveys approved by the government, if it is there, you can go ahead with that one. So area determination, I think determination of area is of course important, but rather than it is difficult to locate the particular area. It is the most important part in villages, rural areas, or semi-urban areas. Why? This plot, you can see there will be no boundaries at all. They will put some survey stones here and there. Maybe they can even remove it and put it back. Some other place. So you cannot rely on such plots. So you should be very careful while valuing the exact location. That has to be confirmed with GPS codes. You need actually a GPS instrument where you can you can walk around the plot so that each and every point you can click, and you will get a longitude and latitude of that particular point. So finally, when you reach the starting point, you will get area of the plot also. So that is how you can scientifically, as a valuer, in next stage you can use a GPS. It costs, I think, around 20 to 25. Okay, somebody is asking a question.
Sir, just wanted to know that sanction price is not mandatory for determining the area, na? Because
No,
the
either
plan
of
which
these
is
four.
sanctioned
Wait.
depend upon the government records, na?
Yes.
I'm practicing on building permission and all that thing. That's
No,
why I'm asking.
no, sir. I will tell you. These are the four options you have in sanction plans. Generally,
Sir, but
draw the listen. We
yes, sir,
draw,
yes.
in our place, we draw the plot in AutoCAD by measuring the distance or
Yeah,
four
exactly.
sides. So you will
Yeah,
get exact plot area
Sir,
from sanction plans.
no, sir. Sanction plan you are going to say that is layout copy. Any order means that layout copy or what?
Yeah,
Hello.
you have the layout copy, reliable copy, you can use it. Any of these methods you can adopt, or any two methods, but only
Because
principally
sir, I
only
think means it's my means opinion that to determine area of flat we have two options, that layout copy which is demarcated from town planning department, okay, and
but you
after
cannot
that
distinguish
we
in
have
sometimes
departmental.
if there is no compound wall, if there is no fence,
No sir, in Maharashtra we have such rules that now
yeah,
today
I know in Maharashtra Maharara is there. Maharara it's
yeah,
called. So
Maharera is there.
yes, I
If
know.
you do
I'm
plotting
talking
we have to
generally.
take
See, I am not
demarcated of total plots to make
yeah.
road and
Then
all that such thing.
yeah. In Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta, all those metro cities, they have that. We are not only concerned with the metro cities, sir. We are all villages. Okay. So sometimes we are in trouble. in many cases, in interior parts of many, even in Andhra Pradesh or Uttar Pradesh or
No, I'm not, it means I'm not satisfied that sanction plan is the mere to determine the area of plot. To be frank.
it's one
No,
of the
sir.
one of the source. That's all.
Sir, who is sanctioning the plan? The governing authority. Means
Yes,
the
you are submitting. Where you are submitting the plan?
council or corporation commissioner is sanctioning the
No,
building plan.
no,
Okay.
need not be. In your place, it is sanctioned by corporate. In our place, it is municipal secretary. On behalf of
Yeah,
municipal secretary, LSGD, local government
Yeah,
engineer will come
yeah,
and measure.
100%.
Yeah,
Municipal secretary is the authority to sanction plan. Which
Yeah.
plan he is sanctioning? Building plan or a layout plan?
no, he is sanctioning building plan only. Building plan
Sir,
along with
then
the attachments
building
are
plan
there.
is sanctioning depend upon the 712 abstract sheet. Is it okay?
No, wait,
712
I'll
abstract
tell
sheets or
you.
layout?
No. See, once you approve the building plan means it is in their ball is in their court because building plan specifies FSR and coverage area. So they should.
Sir, you are correct. I'm don't judging you, but just an opinion that building plan is means sanctioning depending upon a document. For which document? 712 abstract sheet or a layout copy of the particular plot.
That
Bro,
depends. That depends the reliability. You can refer any as an engineer. You can refer anything, but I prefer. I will tell you in bigger project, larger project which I am doing. We will engage a digital surveyor. We have a digital survey, total
Yeah,
survey.
sir. Surveyor.
So
Yeah,
we will do
that
that.
is must. Yeah,
Yes, you can.
for large
Only
project, the
let
surveyor
me
must be
complete.
must.
Otherwise, I will forget this. You take lowest value, whatever in records. In valuations,
Okay.
we take lowest value. If possession certificate shows a lowest value, then you take that one. If your deed shows lowest value, you take that one. You cannot average also. No averaging is allowable in international valuation standards. You take lowest value. That's all. In any of the sources, whether it's not matter of a argument actually. Sanction plans. It is okay. If you are not happy with sanction plan, you go to other any of other document and you will get it from village office. You will get
Yeah, 100%.
or location certificate. You can take it, and whichever is less you take. You should mention it. Village office this much, survey records this much. That is good values. See, many people are just go writing on extent of the land is this much, 50 this thing, bigger or ground or cent or whatever. So don't go for that. You write it down. In possession certificate, it is shown as this much. In location certificate, this much. In title deed, this much. So I am taking the lowest. The valuer is taking the lowest extent of the land. This is the procedure. Okay, clear.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So sources to check built up area, carpet area. So how to check built up area and carpet area? So again, you have to go to purchase documents, society's record, that is association record, sanction plan, site survey. These are all the method you have to follow. But sometimes you have to measure yourself. A valuer is supposed to measure the exact plot, built up area or carpet area. Now they are asking, even the banks is asking plinth area measure, whether you measured the plinth area. You have to mention, yes, I measured, even though you won't get pay for it. It's an engineer's job. We are not supposed to, valuers are not supposed to measure the whole area and taking fees, mere fees. You know, they are providing. It depends on the fees. You know, I will tell you the frankly, it all depends on the how much you will get. If it is for 1,000 rupees job, you are measuring plinth area, you are measuring plot area, all those things, it is unnecessary. You can just mention it that it's not as per available record, this is the plinth area, that's all, or built up area or carpet area, whatever they are asking for. But I don't think that now carpet area is not applicable now. Yes, built up area is using for all the other purposes, valuation purposes. Now the new amendment is there, RARA amendment. So we'll go for built-up area only. So built-up area is mentioned in the documents. So RARA documents, especially they will be built-up area, they will mention it. So there is a difference between plinth area and built-up area and carpet area. All those things. You can come to that. You can even go to the building bylaws, and it is the what is plinth area, what is difference built area and built-up area and carpet area. Because built-up area includes the common area also. We'll do some problems on it actually. How to calculate common area from total plinth area, all those things. So it is required for as an engineer and as well as a valuer, you should know these things. So you can get the built-up area or carpet area from these 4 documents. Site survey itself, they make you. So these are the documents. It's not an important one. So let's go to the next one. Comparison of sale instances, factors of comparison and weightage for adjustment in value. This is very practically also important for you. How to compare the sale instances. As I told you, many factors you can take, like size, shape, frontage, topography, water potentiality, infrastructure nearby, all those things. So you will give weightages to particular weightages comparing to other sale instances. As I told you, other sale instances. Reliable say, if there is no reliable sale instances in actual practice, but you can get the web portal, no. So there you can negotiate a price taken as the fair value. Then you compare X, Y, Z, X sale instance, Y sale instance, Z sale instance. We will see. I think it is the next slide. Sales comparison. Thorough investigation must be done to determine the different attributed of similar properties. You can correct it. It is not attributed. Attributes you can write. Different attributes of similar properties. It is called different attributes. Before sending, let me correct it. Okay. What are the different attributes? You can say now. As I told you, the size, shape, friend, these are all attributory factors. So you can use those different attributes and given certain weightages to these attributes. Thoroughly study of the case must be done. Whatever case come across, you must very prudent and meticulous. Otherwise, you won't get you cannot be a good valuer. The whatever documents coming in front of you, you should go through it. You will get so many points from it. Even title, it's very difficult to actually read in local languages, especially if it is in English. Okay, in their title deeds in local languages are very difficult to read because it is like doctor's handwriting. The wordings itself, you won't get what is that. So but try to understand. If you have some patience, you can understand the things from the title documents itself. So if you can advise the advocate also. Many times advocates make mistakes like us, small mistakes, but as far as possible, no mistakes. You follow a uniform pattern. If you are using meter, you use meter only. If you are using 2 digits decimal place, only 2 digit, like that. There are certain criteria that shows your individuality as a valuer. You follow the same method. If you are rounding off a figure, say 1,20,031 rupees, so that 31 you can leave and put 2 zeros. Or you are going for 3 digits, then also follow the same principle in every case. So whenever your valuation report goes, they find the uniformity in your report. So study the case must be done carefully. Consider valuation should be done. So the third point, evidence should be provided to strengthen the claim stated in the valuation report. So clear evidences should be provided, like grid value evaluation method, or any related. Sometimes you need fire permission or pollution control board permission. You can write it. It is there. I have perused the following documents: fire NOC, pollution control board certification, all those things. So that means you have studied this. It gives an authenticity to your report. So as far as possible, study all the documents in front of you, and you can ask also. Sometimes they won't provide, so you can provide. If it is an industry, you can ask where is pollution certificate or control certificate. You can ask him. Definitely, if it is bank, you ask without pollution control certificate, I cannot do that. Or sufficient fire escape provisions are there. There is fire NOC. These things, as an engineer, you should know. That is why engineers are good valuers. So because we know the things, and as I told you earlier, sometimes you are multi-branch engineer, this thing. You should be in a position to compare things. Now we go to some modeling of hedonic model, and you can take that particular word hedonic model and adjustment grid model under sales comparison method. So this particular model, as I told you, the evaluation grid model, sale comparison. This is how we are going to compare. But the name you just remember. The other things in practical cases only you will have to do. What I want to say is you learn this particular words. Meanwhile, there won't be. I don't expect any questions from these portions. This comparison sales method. If it comes, you will be in you should be in a position to answer also. So we'll see hedonic price modeling. This is their functions. So this you have to remember. Most popular comparison technique P is equal to F of STLA. P is a function of STLA. What is where is P is price of the property in the market. Price of the property in the market is a function of size or covered area of the premises. S, size or covered area of the premises. T, time factor at which asset is traded in the market. L, location of the property. A is age or physical condition of the property. So these four functions define price modeling or price, that particular price. So first one is size, second one is time factor, third location, and last age. That is called STLA. Parameters. Am I clear to you? This is called hedonic pricing model. So whenever you hear the word hedonic, just remember P is equal to F STLA. This is a simple technique to learn the things easily. Hedonic pricing model, P is equal to F of STLA. F of I use and first time I thought it is Stella. One E is missing. So I used to say Stella. Then only I understand that there is no E there. So STLA, it's enough. P is a function of STLA. Okay, I'm going to the next slide. Only 4 factors of the subject property and sale instance properties are considered. Here, the only 4 properties are considered. Whereas in grid model, we can consider any number of properties. Here in hedonic pricing model, we consider only size factor, time factor, and age factor and location factor. Whereas sale instance should be genuine and comprehensive. Wherever you are taking the sale instances, most probably you will take from the websites only. You will get there is no other sources practically. I have shown some 5 or 6 advertisements, all those things. So you won't get time or time constraints should be there. Within 2 days you have to submit the report, or 3 days you have to submit the report. So better always to adopt web portals. Real estate web portals, I have given 3 or 4 names. In your place also there may be some other portals. So this is all India portals. The name which I named. There may be local portals also. So from there also you will get very convincing fair market value. So sale instance should be genuine and comprehensive. The comparables comparables should be similar to the subject property. Comparables should be similar to the subject property, because we are considering only these four aspects. So it should be similar. Whereas in grid model, it may not be, similar comparables. Like, 5 cents, 10, I mean, there may be a building there, there may be a hut there. So detect all those values. So then that's how grid model works. Here, only the four factors are considering. So the comparable should be similar. The more if you get more parameters, then you will get relaxation for comparables. You can reduce the price or increase the price as and when with so many. I told you, so many, for 50, 100, you can parameters you can write down. Flood prone area, that area, or earthquake prone area. Then you can write what you call size, shape, golden ratio. I don't know whether you type the subject, Google the subject yesterday. You didn't get time. I know. So you can type that one also. You can see that. I always depend on that. I mean, yesterday I explained to you. So these comparables should be similar to the subject properties in hedonic pricing model. Now, internal physical characters. Internal or physical character. So for land, we consider size, frontage, depth, shape, orientation. Why orientation is important? Can anybody can tell me why orientation is important factor? Size we know, frontage we know, depth we know. Why depth? What is depth? Depth of the plot. Can you anybody can tell me what is depth? No. Depth of the plot means how deep is your plot from the frontage to the front to rear side. Front to rear side. That length is called depth. I hope it is clear. Please remember these points. Otherwise, there is no, when you hear the word depth in a land, you won't understand what is the depth of a land. It is from the front to the rear. That distance is called depth. Then shape. It should be regular shape. Or triangular shapes are not good for a construction. You cannot use the FSI properly in a triangular or trapezoidal shape and all those things. So almost rectangular or square shapes are good. Rectangular, we prefer more rectangular with certain ratio, 1:6 or 1:5, up to 1:5, 1:6 are good. So then orientation. What is orientation? Orientation towards the main road. Orientation towards Vastu compliance. Some people say northwest is good direction, north. So orientation is if it is in northwest. Those who believe in those things can go for that kind of orientation. But generally, in valuation, there is importance in orientation in main road orientation also, as well as Vastu compliance also. Some people take Vastu compliance. So it depends on the belief system. So you got the point. Land is characters are these 5 parameters: size, frontage, depth, shape, orientation. Now come to the building. Building, what is that? Layout, design, planning, construction, specification, floor area, age. This is the building layout. Then design, then planning, construction, specification, floor area, age. These are all physical characteristics of building. Okay, I need not to go for in detail, as you are all engineers. External characters. What is external characters? Location, neighborhood, transaction properties. So these characteristics like location, neighborhood, and transaction properties are important while you determine the value of the fair market value of the property. Yesterday also we explained the same thing. So we are just going to an example that later we will see. A residential flat of 150 square meter size is situated in a building on a 12-meter wide road. See, this one is not practically, you cannot do here now. I will send it to you in another one. Because there are some two, three cases are given. There's a flat of 150 square meter size situated in building on 12-meter road. Another is size 90 square meter is situated in same locality but in building on a 20-meter wide road, better width of the road. Whereas this is only 12-meter wide road. The second property is 20-meter wide road. Then interior planning of the former flat is superior. So even if 12-meter, the 150 square meter is superior to interior planning, and later both are the same specifications. Specifications are more or less same. The latter flat enjoys the amenities of swimming pool. Okay, the second one has got a swimming pool and a large garden on plot. The former flat was sold a year back. Price INR is 40,000 per square meter. What is the market value of the later? So we have to find out the market value of 90 square meter plot from the one. So how to deduce the 150 square meter flat to 90 square meter flat within this criteria. Plus points are there, minus points are there. So you give particular value. You see that this is an example only. Don't write, and you need not write, and only spelling mistake. I will clear it now. It is latter. I don't know. What is that? Latter. Double D. Okay, let us see. So we'll go to solution. So solutions are attributes you write. Attributes, subject property, sale instance, weightage. So you see attributes. I told you the word attributes. Road width, 20-meter wide. Subject property. Which is the subject property? Second property. Whereas sale instance property is, that is, you are comparing to that particular property, sale instance, that is 12-meter wide. So you are given a weightage of plus 10%. It is plus, considering the sale instance, this is good. So plus 10. Now size, this is 90, this is 150. So size factor doesn't affect much on price. So you give plus 5%. You know why a buyer can afford 90 or 150. It does depends on the buyer. So size doesn't matter actually in this case. Only difference is 60 square meter. So you give plus 5% for because since this is a smaller one, plus 5%. This all, you see. Finally, I will tell you the main. It depends on your judgment. This is a particular case I made. You can go your own method, your own concept, your locality is concept, your whatever. The weightages is decided by you only. I cannot decide another values. What you call parameters, how they are going to give particular weightage. So here you see planning inferior, the sale instance is superior. So you put minus 10%. Why? This is the property which you are valuing in inferior planning. So you put minus 10. Amenities, swimming pool is there, garden is there. The other one, nothing. So you give plus 10%. Then time period, 1 year. So previous year, that is previous year. So 12%. Why here 12%? Can anybody tell? What you consider is 1% increment in every month. That is 12 months, 12%. Got my point? So generally 1% increment nowadays it is impossible. So because of the economics, it may go minus also. So in particular case, okay, it is 12% they are taken, and add all together. You will get minus plus cancels each other, and finally you get plus 27%. So compare it to the sales instance price. You multiply by 1.27. That is 27% more. That is the concept. I hope it is clear for you. So value per square meter of subject property, it is given 40,000 market value. So into 1.27 will give you 50,800 per square meter. Market value of subject property, how much? 90 square meter is there. So 90 into 50,800 per square meter. Is it clear or not? Please tell me. Otherwise, I will increase the speed or decrease. It depends on you. I want you to be, each and every participant should be very clear about this concept.
So can you just go back to the question slide once?
Yeah, sure. Can you read it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Go through it thoroughly. Anyway, you are going to get it by slide now.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so these are the comparables. Residential flat 150 square meter. This is 12 meter wide road. Another is 90 square meter, 20 meter wide road. Interior planning of former flat is superior. So then amenities and swimming pools, all those things. So these are all comparables. You know, attribute factors. So attributes, we call it attributes. So you see, plus points are there, minus points are there. So add together, you will get 27%. That is 1.27. This 40% is the per square meter value. So multiply it by 1.27. You will get 80 square meter. Market value of the subject is total area into unit area. Then you will get 45 lakh 72,000. Okay, we'll go to the next one. No, now this is adjustment grid model. Now we see hedonic. Now coming adjustment grid model. Sale instances similar to subject property selected. Same as before. 4 to 5 major attributes are selected for comparison. Each aspect employs a ranking system. Okay, let us see how they are working out. Okay, fine. The same thing, more or less same thing. It is 4 or 5 attributes are selected for comparison. Each aspect employs a ranking system. This is the ranking system which I have told you. How much percentage of mark you will give for a particular, comparing to the other how much you can give. That's all. Yeah, maybe you here only one case is, in hedonic model, only one instance is shown. Whereas you can show so many instances, at least three. Now, as per IVSE, it is three sale instances available. It is good, superior, good report, superior report. It is called superior report because 3 sale instances you are compared. So you are arriving it in a single sheet. You can do it in an Excel sheet. You can do it very nicely to arrive the price of the land or property. Land characteristics and its effect on land values. So what are the things affecting enumerate land characteristics, land characteristics? There are enumerate land characteristics. Certain characteristics enhance the value of the land while others lower it. We know all those things. Some of them are naturally occurring while others are artificially implanted. Okay, so these are all some what you call, not that important points. Okay, so this is important. Location, tenure of land, infrastructure, amenities, neighborhood, state and central laws of land, frontage, building bylaws, depth, accessibility. Most of the these characteristics we explained yesterday. Again, you by heart it. I mean, you go through it, and if at all you have any doubt, you can ask me in WhatsApp or in mail or whatever way. No problem. I can. If at all I don't know, I will ask for my seniors to clarify your doubts. Okay. Accessibility. Now again comes encumbrance, size, shape, climatic condition, road width, natural forces. I told you now any number of you can write now. Topography, environmental aspects, stigma effect. Yeah, as I told you, if a cemetery is there, cremation ground is there. There is a stigma effect, you know. As I told you, every day you are seeing people burying. It's not good for, you know, it creates a negative energy in our body. So some people, personally, I don't like to be near to a cremation ground. I don't believe in the haunted house and all, but stigma effect, you know, it is not stigma actually. It is called, our emotional, what you call the feelings, every day, witnessing so many burial or funerals. So that is the TDR. TDR, you know it. Now, what is TDR? Anybody remembers this short form? Please tell. Yesterday only I took this. TDR. What is TDR? Full form, please.
Transferable development rights.
Is it Mr. Jain?
No, sir, it is Tushar Sharma.
Okay. Thank you, sir. It is transfer development rights. Very good. Okay. Please remember the word TDR. Sometimes I deliberately use TDR because you must know what is a TDR. If you want, I can correct it. I mean, full form I can give. TDR means transfer development rights. So we learned it from land acquisition case. Okay. Now, hedonic is over. The similar wording, hypothetical plotting scheme. Hedonic is different, hypothetical. So we have seen hedonic, adjustment grid models, hypothetical plotting scheme. These are names are important here. I don't think problems wise question. Maybe in hypothetical plotting it may come in belting method. There is the recurring instances of case study from belting method. Very easiest. If you are lucky on that particular day, you will get belting of a land. It is very easy and no complication at all. It is cost approach and market approach. So it is very easy. Hypothetical plotting scheme. So this is more scientific and rational method of valuing very large plots. Yes, belting method is used always for large plots in one ownership, like belting theory. There are certain preconditions for applicability of this scheme also. Sorry, applied when large plots are not available in locality. Yes, see, there is no market comparables for generally for larger plots. You don't get a marketable comparable sale instance. So we use this method, belting method, or what you call this is hypothetical plotting method. So either you can call it hypothetical plotting method, whatever. So plot should be located in developing area where there is demand for housing. Yes, the plot should be located in developing area, not a developed area. You don't have it in a developed area. You don't have so much large plot vacant. Am I right? So that itself, that statement, mean, it doesn't matter. But there is high demand for housing. It should be possible to divide the large plot into smaller plots. Yes, large plot can be made plotting system. So you can plot, not belting. It is no way related to belting method, but larger plots can be divided into smaller plots, and you can sell it. Depth of the plot should be greater than frontage. This is very important. While you using this method, hypothetical plotting scheme or belting method, the depth of the plot should be greater than frontage. If frontage is, say, example 50 meters, the plot depth may be usually 800 meters or 900 meters or even 1 kilometer or 75 meter frontage maximum. Then only you can use the belt, different belt, one side, front side this much. Front side you can give always market value of the property, which you can arrive by any of these methods, earlier method, the front side, or by local inquiry or from the website or whatever. Main road, if it is facing approach road or main road, whatever. So front portion is fetches more value, whereas second belt will a little less, and the final one is lesser than this. But the area wise, it is more also. First belt is smaller, second belt is bigger, and the third belt is more area. So deductions. So there are some deductions you can do in sale proceeds, like developers profit at 10% or 15% of total sales. Then interest of borrowed capital, developers own remuneration of spending his time and energy in addition to developers profit. In addition to developers profit, is time and energy also to be considered. advertisement, brokerage charges, which may be 1% or 2% of sale price. Some questions may come. I don't know. I am not sure. I didn't see such questions. You can take 1% and 2%. Generally, in IBM questions, don't worry about these percentages because the question itself give you the whole data. Yesterday, I stressed this point. You write down whatever data given in the question paper. Only that data is to be used to solve the problem. If you assume something, you are in wrong answer. You will get a wrong answer. You won't be anywhere. So don't assume anything. There is no question of assuming a particular data like a brokerage charge. I charge 1%. Assuming 1%, I calculated this. No, in IBBA question purpose, you please don't assume anything. Whatever data given, you use it. As I told you, there will be unnecessary data that you can leave it. It is of no use in calculation. That is to confuse you only. They are giving unnecessary data. Don't worry about it. That's why I'm telling you, thoroughly read the question first. Then you will understand what is to be taken from that, what is to be omitted from that, all those things. Sale documents, charges, solicitor's fees, conveyance fees, etc. Adopted 1%, 2%, respectively. Cost, if cost is to be borne 50% by the purchaser as per the relevant trend in locality, lesser amount can be deducted. Registration stamp duty charges. Normally, this is borne by purchasers, but in some area, 50% of this charge. See, these are all useless things which is I mistakenly made in my presentation. I don't want just to show you what are the deductions, but the material which is there is not relevant to IBBA or IBBA as far as IBBA questions are concerned. But you should know these are the factors which is affecting deductions. These are the what you say outgoing from a particular from your gross value of the market value. This will be deducted in some cases. Okay, so go to residual technique now. What is residual technique? Yesterday I explained it. Residual value is appraisal of an amount which is available to pay for the land and economic activity after making allowance for expenses and profit surplus. When a property has scope for development, in the residual value is adopted as this. You can by heart it. S minus D minus P is equal to L. L is surplus land. So that is the here we are considering only the surplus land, which is a result of sale proceeds, that is price, minus cost of development minus profit. This is residual value. That is not that important as such. So just have a concept of residual value and its formula. S minus D minus P is equal to L. I will explain why the surplus land is considered because of FSI usage. You can use the surplus land for future. So that is residual value. Rather than a market transaction, this method looks at the property as value of the owner. So it is, of course, not a market transaction, real transaction in the sense. They're not real market transaction, but it looks as a property value as a value to the owner. So if you are doing a self-assessment for an owner of the particular property, you can use this. When there is no established market for property, it is duty of valuer to evaluate land as a development site. So, no established market for the property. So you can evaluate the land as development site. It's a development site. Scope for development is there. That is why we give L, that L portion. S minus D minus minus P is equal to profit is land. So development site, it is considered as a development site. To adopt this method, the developer should be able to gauge the sales and cost. Okay. Belting method. Once we came back to belting method again. Applied when valuation of very large plot is required and comparable data is of smaller plots. You should get comparable data of smaller plots in order to give the first step is that one. the frontage portion of the land. That is considered as a smaller plot, and you can get comparables from the portals. Used for plots with large depth. Value of plot decreases with the distance from the road. This is a general principle of valuation. Value of plot decreases with distance from the main road or road. If it is away from the road, the value will decrease. Front land may be more accessible to civic amenities. Of course, the front portion, civic. What is civic amenities? As I told you, hospitals, schools, temples, worship places, um, market, cinema theaters. These are all civic amenities. So frontage, of course, they will have more easy access to civic amenities. That's why we are giving frontage the real market value. This is the reason. Okay, valuation of I don't belting method. We will see question in case studies. Okay, or if you want, I can show now, but it's time consuming. Then we'll be in shortage of time in here, and case studies will be lesser. So if time allows, I will give a case study of various case studies in today itself. Small case studies. Okay, that you have to work out. Then case studies will be more easier when that class starts later stage. So applying how to do the belting method is very easy method. You can learn it within 2 minutes. I will give you 2 minutes. I learned it by 5 minutes. You can learn it by 2 minutes. So that is my viewpoint. If I can do it by 5 minutes, you can do it by 2 minutes, because you are all very younger generation. So do it yourself, and you can grasp very easily these points. Used of plots with large road, the value of plot decreases with distance from the road. Front land may be more accessible to civic amenities. So that's all. So valuation of joint ventures properties. Now, I know that I'm making things. I mean, this slides more faster, because I want to complete this. These are all Uh, some slides are not at all useful for you for IBB exam. I'll tell you very frankly, but you should know it is in your syllabus. So I have to mention it. Otherwise, there is no meaning in if somebody sees this slide, hey, who created this or something like. I don't mind. I'm giving you even PPT format. You can even anybody can edit it. But I don't. It's a good faith. I'm giving you all these things. So valuation of joint ventures. What is joint ventures? Please tell me. So the interaction session, if it is the, if you tell me the answer, if you know, then it is easier for me to proceed. Valuation of what is valuation of joint ventures? What is joint ventures?
So when two corporate houses a make a company or make a
Okay, fine,
property.
fine. No. Okay, sir. Yeah, it's not a joint venture. It can be with government. Okay, fine. Generally, joint ventures are between landlord and a builder.
Okay.
Land belongs to landlord, and building will be constructed by builder. So that ratio is called joint venture ratio. How much profit will go to landowner? How much profit will go to builder? This is the valuation, typical valuation cases in joint ventures. So we will see one by one. Joint ventures may take place between two developers or between owner and developer. Typically, landowner, contribution of land. See, he contributes the land for a developer to, or a builder to develop a building. His duties are approvals, development property, marketing, etc. Everything is builder. Landowner simply sits and enjoys his contribution. You understand? So maybe the land cost is very much high that place. So here he need not do any job at all. He will make a agreement with the builder. I'm giving you this for this particular purpose. You make it and you sell it and give me my profit. That's all. This is the shortest way I can explain the joint venture. A significant part of cost of residential commercial project is included in the land cost. Significant part of cost of residential commercial project is included in cost of land. That is what I was telling you. Landowner, the cost of land will be very high sometimes. So he need not do most probably. I have seen 60 to 70% of the profit goes to landowner. The developer will get 30% only, because construction cost is not par with the land cost. It's not comparable even. That's why. So we can see some examples also. Thank you. Okay, this is the main portion which I covered in what you call market approach. Now you have to do belting method and joint venture method. Joint venture, these are two cases, study cases you need to solve. Clear? Case studies, they may ask either belting method or joint venture method. This is very important. If you get any one of these, you are lucky, because you can solve it very easily. I can show you so many examples. One example is sufficient for you to learn this. How to find the ratio? You know it. See, if land cost 100 rupees, building cost 70 rupees, then you can very well calculate the joint ratio between land and builder profit. This is simple joint venture, simple calculation, but it gives you more mark. Case studies. Similarly, belting method also, it's a simple calculation. It will hardly take 5 or 10 minutes to calculate the whole thing. You will get 20 marks, 20 plus 6 marks, whatever. So it's very important. If you are getting one of these questions from market, just make it down. Not only case studies in hypothetical belting method and joint venture. These two case studies we will do today or next classes. If time permits, I will give you some questions from case studies. Okay. So now let me see you all. Where is you? Where are you? Show me. Yeah. I don't see. So now we will go to hello, good morning, Mr. Jain. I didn't see you today.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. So we will go to this income approach now. Next class. So it's only 11 o'clock. I think we can finish easily. Income approach is bit lengthy. The cost approach and market approach is more or less same. Income approach is because why there are I already put some equations in on your. I have given today morning. Did you see that? Did you see the equation? I put it in your this thing. WhatsApp group. There are certain formula.
One.
Yeah, certain formula I have given you. These formulas are very important. You should know how to use it in income approach.
Yes, sir.
So that is only the toughest, in comparatively a bit tough part of the valuation approaches. Market and cost approaches are very easy. You can, if you are lucky, you will get either from case study question from market or cost approach. Income approach comes, it is you can solve, but you there is no absolute rules to prove your value. I have seen so many senior valuers who are very reputed valuers in LNB. One man will give another one answer, other one will be slightly different method they will adopt. Finally, the question, our options are there, no? nowhere near to this one. So income approach, that is the main thing. It is not giving you no most of the time a bit. I don't know how computer is programmed for that particular case. This one is we can 100% market and cost approach. You can be 100% sure, but at the same time, income approach, uh, we are not that. You cannot confirm your answer. It is okay. I done good. After the exam, you can say I did the questions, all the 6 questions right. But whereas these two, you can confirm it. Okay. So we will go to. Can you give me glass? Okay. We'll share the other presentation. For that, I will share the market approach to your WhatsApp group. So, okay, anyway, let's share with the income approach. You share. Some of questions has come out. Chat. Okay, now you can share. So let's start income approach to value. Right? You can see my screen, no?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So income approach to value. Relation between income and value. Relation between income and value. Now let us go to income approach directly. Income approach considers the income that an asset will produce over its remaining useful life and estimate value through a capitalization process. These wordings are going to be the main catchy words or confusing also. Capitalization process. You will capitalize it because we are not we engineers are not familiar with these kind of calculations. This is for I think if Vijay Kumar Gupta ji is here, he is master of it. He can take much better than me in these subjects. So capitalization process. This is usually done by chartered accountants. They are well versed with this approach. Discounted flow method, then some other methods are there. So we'll see one by one. Anyway. So consider the income of the asset will be useful remaining period and estimate the value through a capitalization process. This applies an appropriate yield. See the wording yield. These are the words which bit confusing to everybody. So you should know what is yield or discount rate to the project flow of income to arrive at the capital value These are all flow of income to projected flow of income, balance sheet and all. So you should, if you want to do a job, income generating, this is trade floor only for income generating properties like hotels, cinema theaters, fisheries, mining, or whatever. It should provide some income, even rental. If you are giving an apartment for rent, you have to apply this income approach. As per IVS standard, it should be, if any income generating property should be valued under income approach. So we should be in a position to do that also. So you should know these words. What is capitalization process? What is yield? What is discount rate? Then two commonly used method that fall under the income approach is income capitalization and discounted cash flow. DCF, they call it DCF. Short form, just remember the short form, DCF method. So these two methods we have to apply in income approach. Then investment method. Net income flow from the property is capitalized at an appropriate rate percent or yield in order to find the capital value. This yesterday we have seen this examples. This is for our information, and we should start from small problems. Then only we can go to bigger major issues in income method. So rental income or lease are valid also. Now we are going to going for an example of income, doing income. I mean, to calculate amount to invest. So the question is: consider a person seeks income of 3,000 per annum from an investment. Consider a person seeks an income of rupees 3,000 per annum from an investment. He expects this to be an 12% return on his investment. So he is putting 3,000 and he expects a return of 12% or return on his investment. What is the amount has to be invest? What is the amount has to be invest? A person seeks an income. Oh, it is a person seeks an income of rupees 3. He should get 3,000 per annum. For in simple words, how much he should put? The 12% is the return. So it is a reverse process. Like we have a formula yesterday. We have learned capital value is equal to 100 by yield multiplied by net income per annum. This is 100 by yield is the year's purchase. In short, that is called year's purchase. That also some people are new here now, so they should know. The last class, I think one or two persons missed. So just see, 100 by yield is called year's purchase. So capital value is equal to year's purchase into net income. See how they solve this problem. 100 divided by 12 into 3,000. So rupees 25,000 is the amount from the investment of an annual income of flow of INR 3,000. So if you invest 25,000 rupees at the rate of 12% return, you will get 3,000 rupees per annum. Is it clear? This is the formula. Yeah, year's purchase formula.
But sir, year's purchase was the capital value by the net income per annum, right? So
yes.
how is it 100 by yield?
The next question it will be very clear, because it is a perpetuity. This is called perpetuity. 100 by 12.
So isn't that's then an assumption one is making, right?
Yeah, because we don't have any other years, number of years is not given, nothing is given, only 12% return is given. So when it comes 12, only 12%, we are, see, 100 comes If it is 30 years, income 6 after 30 years, you can use the another formula. So it is like a differentiation. Limit tends to 100 here. This is the 100 is perpetuity. So 100 divided by rate of return, that is 12 percentage, give you years of purchase. If it is not, it is particularly if they specify some years or anything, you will using the other formula. Got it?
Yeah.
I think I have I expected this doubt from you. I think I have solved one problem here. So we'll see later. The model of valuation. Value is equal to YP into net income, except that the income from property is perpetual. See, I wrote it here. Your question is very valid. That's why. See, that income from the perpetuity. What is perpetuity? It's a long term, lifelong. It's a perpetual flow. You know what is perpetual flow? Am I right? So perpetual. This is perpetuity means lifelong process. So it tends to 100%. It is percentage. This 100 means 100%. So 100% by 12% gives you the value of particular the YP. So YP value is a function of YP and net income. YP into net income. Except this is because property is a perpetual flow, but a property, particularly building, does not last in perpetuity. Okay, this is that's why I told you, if it is the building is 30 years or 40 years, 50 years, your equation will differ here. Subsequently, compare this 100 by 12 will be changed. That we'll see one by one. Okay, or you can simply put that n value, no, number of years, that you can change accordingly. That we'll see. The building deteriorates and falls to zero value, hence no income. It could be perpetual. So land is only the main final stages. The building cannot be there if the value is zero. So income from it could be perpetual. That means no income from it could be perpetual. If it is perpetual, you should know that word perpetual, perpetuity. These are all lifelong, more than 99 years. I think I lost my internet connection. Unstable. Okay. So perpetual, perpetuity, these wordings you should know. That is lifelong, 99 years and more. Simply means 99 years and more. Okay. Ask me. Any doubt?
No, that's all right.
Okay, fine. So I have given this example. Hence, present value of Indian rupees INR per annum at a given rate percentage, say 6% for 30 years, is 13.776. 50 years, it is 15.762. 100 years, it is 16.618. And perpetuity, 16.667. That is 100 by 6. You see here, 100 by 6 is 16.667. You should, this point, you should just try to take it into your mind. See, 30 years, 50 years, that is why this example is given. 30 years, 50 years, 100 years, and don't look at this equation now, please. When it is perpetuity, it comes 100 by directly 100 by 6. Whereas when the cases comes like this, 6 years for 30 years, 50 years, whatever the number of years, then you will take this equation. 1 minus 1 by 1 plus I raised to n whole divided by I. What is I? 6%. When you use a small I, that means 6 by 100. This percentage, no? So 0.06. you substitute and find out. Yesterday I told you to use scientific calculator and give me the values. This expression, you can you anybody check this 6 and 30 years 13.76 from this equation? And can you somebody please confirm it? All of you should confirm it actually, because you won't get time you to use the learn the. It has happened to me, as I told you. I'm not familiar with your scientific new calculators, so try to solve that one. You substitute the values: 1 minus bracket 1 by 1 plus I. What is 1 plus I? That is 0.06 raised to n. What is n? 30 years. All divided by I. I is equal to 0.06 again. So what you will get? My daughter has already calculated. She's also like you. 2 years only after passing your BTech. You should be very fast in this calculator. I told you. The fastness counts. It will give you 13.56. I hope everybody has got this calculator in front of you and a pencil and a paper or a notepad. In income approach, without this, don't. I will give you time, even break time. Now I will take a break now. You bring all the calculator available with you: a scientific calculator, a pencil or pen, a pad. You have to work it out now itself. You cannot postpone it for tomorrow or tomorrow. It won't work out. So you have to use, calculate, and find out this value. And you might have wondering why I am doing it. You must do it to get the present value of 1 rupee. This is income approach. If you get 1 rupee, you can multiply with, if the investment is 40,000, multiply it with 40,000. If the investment is 1 crore, 1C, you multiply this with this constants. These are from table. This is why they call it valuation table. They have provided a valuation table in every book, in valuation books. We don't need it. The one reason is IBBA won't allow you to take the tables inside your hall, examination hall. Second one is, being good in mathematics, CEO engineers, you should in a position to solve this problem, these equations. That is why today morning I sent these equations to our WhatsApp group, so that you will be familiar with each and every. At least once you see the a particular equation, you must know why it is given. Then or today you are not going to study the whole thing, but at least these importance of these equations and how it is arrived, what is how you are going to apply it. These things you should know today. Then you can solve any number of problems. Any books, from any books. I can recommend so many books for you, and numbers, telephone numbers also. Contact them and please try to get the book. It's very useful. So many illustrated problems, so many problems are solved, unique problems with these few equations. So can I go ahead? So while you substitute 50 years, you will get the constant 15.762. And while it is 100, you will get 16.618. See, while even if it is 100, it is giving you only 16.618. Whereas in perpetuation, you directly, if it crosses that, you directly divide it by the return, 100 by 6. You will get 16.667. See the difference?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the beauty of the valuation. Their tables, you should know. The model of valuation, V is equal to 100 by yield into net income, two variables, the income and the yield. Here we use 100 by yield. That is years purchase into net income as two variables. You can see the variables. Yield can be varied, income can be varied, right? Your income, you need not stick upon 30,000 or 40,000. You can vary the income. You can, that two variables are there. You know what is variables. No constants are there. Only constant is 100. Yield and income is variables, right? I hope you got it. Now, when outgoings are okay, income. What is income? Rent which is paid by the tenant when the property has actually been let out. So this is an income case of an income. You take apartment. When the rent it is paid by the tenant, the property has actually been let out. So it is an income, rental income. Even for rental income, you have to use the same formula as in a factory or cinema halls or hotel, petrol pump, mining, whatever. Any income generating, including rental income, is considered as income generating property. So this is rental. Then property is vacant. Its potential income would mean the rent at which it can be let out in market. Sometimes IBB will ask you a question. In vacant land, we use it as a parking, you know. So there may be temporary sheds. They will construct, or even open parkings are there. Is it secured way of giving lease? Yes, this is the best way, because a vacant land without a structure, if you construct a structure, a building, apartment, it's an you know, it will take time to get it back, reversionary, or the land is gone actually from your hand if you are giving in lease. So better to more security is in vacant land is giving it for parking, so that you can at any time you can take it back, because it's a parking area, no? So that's more secured investment. So property vacant, that is potential income, would mean that's why I'm saying what is potential income. It should be mainly from parking. Would mean rent it can be let in the market. Then the gross rent is the gross amount which is paid by the lender tenant to landlord for occupying the property. That is gross. Whenever you use gross, you should know net also. Gross minus outgoings is net income. What is outgoings? Your expenses. Whatever expenses incurred, your maintenance or repairs or whatever. So that is gross and net, difference between gross and net. Gross minus gross income minus outgoings gives you net income, and a valuer is considered only net income only while calculating, no gross income. You cannot apply gross income in any of the valuation tables or the valuation equations. Gross income doesn't play any role, only net income. You have to calculate net income first. So for that, very easy. You have the gross income per annum. Everything is, as I told you, per annum, not per month or per week, per day, nothing. Everything should be converted to per annum. So gross income, the gross rent is okay. Any questions? Hello, any questions?
हमें याद दिलाता है कि हम ये सुनिश्चित करें हमारा हर कार्य ऐसा जिससे गरीब से गरीब व्यक्ति का भला हो। वहीं शास्त्री जी का जीवन हमें विनम्रता
Anyway, I didn't understand whether it is asking me or somebody is talking in between. No, can you type in chat, please? If it is intended to me, you can type it in your chat box or anything. I can't listen you. I can't hear you actually. I don't know what is that. Shall I proceed with my slides? Hello? Excuse me. Okay, I think it is nothing to do with our class. It is a there is a disturbance. Please host. Please, I don't know how, to whom you are going to mute. There is a disturbance.
Sir, it's Arpit Agarwal. Please ask him to unmute the mic.
Yeah, please mute that host has to do it. I don't know from where it is coming.
It's
Not sure.
Arpit Agarwal.
Mr. Agarwal ji. Agarwal ji, please, please mute your mic, please. No, this is Arpit Agarwal ji. Please mute. Please mute your mic. Hello, please mute your. I think he's not there in the place. It's only a photograph. I don't know. A host can mute him. I request if host is available, please mute him. I'm going to take. Oh my God, so much sound. What to do now? I don't understand. I cannot go ahead like this. Please mute. Please mute.
Sir, can you call Vijay Kumar Gupta?
Or Mr. Sunil. No, sir. Gupta sir. There is disturbance from I don't know, the person is not there, his photograph is there, lot of disturbance, you can hear it. I cannot proceed. Somebody has to mute him. He's not in the place. I think it is from Arpit Agarwal ji. Okay, fine, or you can engage. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll wait 2 minutes. Okay, I'll stop the class. Yeah, let's wait for some time, 2 minutes. He will mute it. I want to close my video. Yeah, now it's over. Okay, now audible. Okay, my side I stop my video because bandwidth is less. So sometimes it may again coming. What is that? Just go up. Yeah, finish. Okay, fine. So we know that gross rent is paid by the tenant, and outgoing is repairs, maintenance, property tax, management tax, insurance. These are all the outgoings. So to get the net rent, you should deduct gross rent minus outgoings. You will get net. We are only bothered about net income in valuation calculations. Please remember. When outgoings are deducted from the gross rent, the result is called net rent. Rental value of a property means the rent at which the vacant property could be let out in the open market. A property has been let out at an exclusive rent means under the tenancy agreement, the tenant will bear the burden of all. Need not be. Okay, fine. But why you are? No, let him. Where is that?
Please keep video on. Few participants request, please keep your video on so that faculty will not feel that he is sitting alone. Yes, it's great.
But still, some outside disturbances are there. Anyway,
No, sir, no disturbance is there now. No
okay.
disturbance. All are mute.
Okay, all are mute. Fine. So, where are we now? A property has been let out. Okay, exclusive rent means under tenancy agreement. The tenant will bear all the burden of outgoings. That is called exclusive rent. Exclusive rent. You should mark this word. Exclusive rent means all the outgoings by tenant. The word is very important in the question paper. Exclusive or inclusive. Inclusive means some portion of the outgoings should be shared by the lessor also. In this case, tenant only has to, if you use the word exclusive rent, very important in question paper, people will make mistake. They will calculate if they suppose they ask lessor's interest, they will give lot of outgoings. They will start deducting it. No, don't do it from lessee's interest. Exclusive rent means all the burden goes to tenant, and lessor has got nothing to do with it. The owner has got nothing to do with the outgoings. If it is exclusive rent, just keep it on mind. You make a note on it. This wording, exclusive rent. All the outgoings bear by the tenant. Now, what is inclusive? The reverse. Inclusive rent under a tenancy agreement means that tenant will pay the gross rent only. The gross rent he will pay. And subsequently, some maintenance repairs come in. If it comes, it may it is as I told you, lease agreements you should study well. Whenever you do a property lease agreement, based on lease agreement, there is terms and conditions. Who will pay for this? Who will pay for that? Everything is included in a lease agreement. I will tell you a joke which I had just gone through in one of my favorite author. Regarding this lease agreement. So it is only a case study. I mean, actually happened. An industrialist, he approached the valuer, the particular valuer. I don't want to reveal his name. He's a very famous author. So he approached him with a lease agreement. Sir, to a valuer, sir, can you please give me my interest in this property? That is lessor's interest. The valuer read the whole agreement. He said, sir, your interest is 0 now. 0. You don't have any even land or anything with you. Why? The lease agreement shows there is no review clause. Review clause is not there. That means after 30 years, he has to review it. Generally, lease period is the 30 years. Whereas he missed to write review clause. So the particular lessee has crossed 30 years. He is 33 years now. He is using the property for past 33 years. So 3 years already passed. So in effect, the property belongs to the lessee. The industrial has done this. It has happened recently. I mean, in a book it has written. So you should be very careful about reading the lease agreement, the clauses. So here, inclusive or exclusive, this you should know. And fully repairing, insuring lease means a lease where tenant bear the burden of all outgoing. So here also, full repair insurance. Lease agreements are there. Insuring lease means lease is insured. Means a lease where the tenant bear all burden of outgoing. These things comes in the question paper itself. How much is interest? How much is insurance? How much is broker? How much is electricity and water? How much is other maintenance and repairs? Everything will be given in the question paper. So you just add and deduct it. That's all. So I'm repeating the word, don't assume anything. In IBBA question paper, assumption is not allowed. It will lead you a wrong answer. Don't assume anything, please. So next question, outgoings, repairs. Recently constructed properties allowance 10% of gross rent. These are all thumb rules. Don't take it. This is now. If I show this, you will assume recently constructed. It's a new property, maybe in the question paper. So allowance 10% for gross rent. No, don't do that. Please don't assume anything. This is for just for thumb rule. We are. I'm giving this slide. Older property allowance of order 10 to 20. This is generally practicing, but in IBBA, this practical cases only. IBBA, you need not do these things. They will give in the question paper. Very poor state of repairs. Capital amount should immediately be deducted from the capital market value of the property arrived at. These are all practical purpose. Property tax. Actual tax levied by the authority should be deducted from the gross income. So this will be given in the question paper. The property tax is this much. So or this the percentage of this much. So you need not assume anything in IBBA question paper. This is only for practical purpose. This slide is you can use while you come across a lease agreement. If it is not mentioned in the lease agreement, merely mention property tax is by order. So, but you have to calculate and give exact figure for property tax. You have to deduct it. That you can get it from any the department also, property tax department. Okay. Now the insurance part. New buildings, 1% of gross rent per annum. Generally, in practical cases only, I'm telling insurance, 1% of gross rent. They will take it as insurance. Older buildings, it is 3%. You know the reason. Older building, anytime it will collapse. So higher risk, 3% of insurance. So management, what is management? Single tenant, 5% of gross. Multiple tenants is 10%. You may need to appoint a manager. So that is why multiple tenancies, you cannot directly go and collect the rent. So you may need staff if you are owing so many apartments, which affluent. So you need more amount for the management of the property. Now service charges. A block of flats is let out to a number of tenants. That is service charges. It will be there. A block of flat is let out to a number of tenants. Then there will be service charges like maintenance. I mean, what you call sewage services, wastage services, biobin, incinerator, all those things. Voids, possibility of property remaining unoccupied for a period. That is called void. Nobody is occupying that particular period. So generally in those cases, we won't take any value for that particular period or any income. You can just put 0 for that particular period, so that you'll get exact figure. That is called void. Now again come the word yield. The income from a property in a first class location should be capitalized relatively lower yield. Why? Why lower yield? Because the rental growth of the property is fast. Agreed. Then why lower yield? Anybody can, from the equation itself it is clear. Which equation? 100 by yield into net income is what? Capitalized value. So in order to get more capitalized value, the denominator should be small. Mathematically I am speaking. 100 by a smaller number will give you, multiplied by income will give you more capital value, present value, correct? See the equation. See this equation in red letters. Capital value is equal to 100 by yield into net income per annum, right? So whenever yield is less, the YP is more, right? Clear, no? Whenever yield is less, YP is more. So in first class location should be capitalized at a relatively lower yield, say like 2%. It's good. Okay, 2 to 3%. Because of the rental growth of the property is very fast. Secondary locations, the rental growth is low and below average rate growth of rent from a secondary location should be capitalized at relatively higher rate percentage, so that the capitalized value will be less. Mathematically, you can prove it. So it's not a big thing for you. Once you put the rate as 6%, 100 by 6, it will give you a lower rate rather than 3%. So this is the yield. Now, valuation of property affected by rent control acts. The properties, see, as I told you, whenever a property is attached to, any conditions or controls or regulation, it will be affected. The word is affected, not affected. Affected. Affected means even not influenced. It is affected by rent control acts. So the value will be getting lower. Persons wishing to invest funds in reliable securities with good return stop building houses for residential income as rented property was treated as liability or diminishing asset. Nowadays, it is a trend. They are not ready to invest in a reliable security as a, rental, for rental purpose only, I'm telling. Earlier, the flats and apartments are constructed by builder and they owes it and they give only for rental purpose. Nowadays, that trend is stopped. It is lost for them because the property is treated as a liability now. It is a liability and diminishing asset. Diminishing asset means it is the value is diminishing. It is decreasing. So that point is just for your knowledge. I'm telling you. Similar tenants of structure destroyed due to natural disaster has first right as tenants. Okay, if a structure is destroyed by a natural cause like flooding or earthquake or whatever, the as per Rent Control Act, tenant should be given the first preference. The earlier tenants, then only you can sell the other portion. If the tenants say, the earlier tenants say, no, I don't want my any apartment in your area. Okay, fine. He can sell to any other person. Whereas as per Rent Control Act, when it is destroyed, the earlier tenant will get the first preference. This is because of the Rent Control Act. Now, licensed property under the Easement Act 1882. Earlier license was considered as landlord consent to use license is an where the license could use land without trespassing. So it is usage of premises only. License means yesterday I already explained to you, a license is an agreement agreed, but it won't come under Rent Control Act actually. It is for 11 months. So you know the reasons. So in modern times, a license can be considered as validation by licensor to the licensee to carry out activities on his property without entering the property of the owner would be considered illegal. So that means it's a confusing sentence actually. So in modern time, licensee can change any building with the permission of the owner. He can change the structure, carry out activities of his property. This is the modern time trend of license properties. License under Indian law. So it is not easement law or transfer of property law or in any other law. It is under Indian law license. It is governed by the Indian Easement Act. It is under Easement Act only, not Control Act, not in what you call Transfer Property Act, nothing. It is coming under Indian Easement Act 1882. What is that? Section 52 Act defines license as a permission by one person to other or a group of people to carry out any activity on the property of the grantor. Grantor means owner. I am granting. So grantor, it is called, I told you this nouns you should know, grantor, grantee and all. Yesterday I explained. So grantor without such permission from the grantor would be considered unlawful. It is unlawful. So this is the point, section 52. Now, next one, a license can be granted to only a definite number of people. As a license is a personal right given to licensee. Of course, a definite number of people only can use the license. It's obvious. Section number 56 of Eastment Act also states that a license cannot be transferred by a licensee. This is very important. You cannot license, whereas a lessee can sublease. Remember, in lease agreement, lessee can sublease the property with the owner's permission, of course, but in lease agreement he will show it. Whereas in any case, in a license, it cannot be transferred by licensee. Right under the license exercised by the servants or agents, anybody. So that is the point which section 56 defines. These sections sometimes may ask, I don't know. Even if asked, I will leave it. In my case, I will tell you very frankly, because I cannot remember these numbers. Okay, so it is up to you to whether you need sections number, article section, all those things. Even here I cannot remember 1882. To be very frank with you, it confused me with some other act. And even environmental act, you might have learned so many acts in years. I have seen that PPT. The earlier class, a faculty has made beautiful PPT. So in that Factories Act, Water Pollution Act, Air Pollution Act, then so many acts are there. All are now in particular years. Year, any year can be, any question can be asked. So you, how can you remember the? So if possible, you write a table and stick it on your wall to remember this. That is only at least 10 dates or years, or similarly articles in from law. You can paste it because they will ask, definitely they will ask one of these important article or section. It used to come, but I never attempt that question because I will be a total failure. I know I don't have that much memory power to remember all those years and all. So let's go. You try to achieve that. Whatever my weakness, I tell you open. So essential features of a license can be thus summarized as: a license does not create an interest in the property. A license does not create an interest in the property. Very clear. No interest at all, license. So lessee has interest. Licensor has licensee has no interest at all. It acts only as permission which created a personal right with regards to the property. It's a personal right. You can use the premises. That's all. No interest calculation like we have done in lease agreements. This is the other one. Then a license authorizes certain acts on the property which would be otherwise unlawful. Like certain acts he will include on the property which would otherwise unlawful, like keeping explosive things, etc., etc. These are all unlawful. So, or drugs, something like that. So a license cannot be assigned, transferred third party. You cannot transfer the license, whereas lease can be transferred, easement can be transferred, everything can be transferred, but license cannot be to a third party. Now, various types of license. So, bare license. What is bare hand? Like a person consent with which is granted without any consideration. A personal consent which is granted without any consideration. It is called a bare license. Can be revoked at any time. Okay, you can say the licensor or grantee. I am grantor, you are grantee. So I can tell the grantee, okay, get out, give me back my premises. Finished. He has to give you back. A defense act of trespass. Yeah, this is also a point. You cannot trespass this area. License coupled with grants. Every time which is then it is little more beneficial to the grantee, coupled with grants. Permission to give carry out activities in the property. Some activities he can do, or premises of other for other purpose, earning some profit or exploit interest given in the land. This can be done by this can be granted. Up to this is see these all depend on what he pays you. Money speaks. In valuation, you should, whenever some grants are or some relaxation is given, it is because of his grantor get something back from the grantee. Then only they will give. Nobody is in charity business here. Okay, this is the thing. Cannot be revoked. In this case, it cannot be one fine morning. You cannot say, okay, you can remove your things and go. No, because he has already permitted to use the some earning purpose of earning profit or exploit interest, etc., etc. So that is there. Cannot be revoked. Example, especially in government gives license to contractors to enter the forest area to collect timber. It's an example actually. So government license, the contractor can enter actually forested area, restricted area, but he can enter. Generally forest, you might have seen a board. It is a restricted area under Forest Act, Indian Forest Act. So you can go there and collect timber. Just an example I am telling you. It's grant. It is granted. Grants. License coupled with grants. It is granted. Okay. So now difference between license and lease. We'll go one by one. There is we know all these points anyway, but for the sake of studying, you have to read this, and some differences you may find very funny also. The concept of lease is governed by Transfer of Properties Act 1882. Section 105, the act whereas a license falls under Section 52 of Easement Act. This is the thing. Transfer of Property Act is governed for the lease, and this Easement Act is for license. 52 and what is that? Section 105. This is the difference. One is Section 105 of Transfer of Property Act, and one is Section 52 of Easement Act. So these two acts are important. They may ask. Just note it down now. Transfer of Property Act 1882, Section 105. Concept of lease. Concept of lease comes from Transfer of Property Act 1882, Section 105. It's an important question actually, but I won't remember. You can remember it. Whereas the license falls under Section 52 of Easement Act. So these two acts are important. These are probable questions also. Okay, let's go ahead. In case of lease, the right to enjoyment is transferred. Lease, in lease, there is chances of transferring the rights. Exclusive progressively processory rights. Exclusive processory rights. That means sublease it. You can sublease it. In case of a license, a simple permission is granted without any transfer interest or rights. So this is also we have seen, we learned it. A lease can be both heritable and transferable. It can be heritable also, a lease. Both, but on the other hand, a license is neither heritable nor transferable. These are the points. It can be, you know, one MCQ can be from these points. Can be. I'm not sure. It's a 60%, as I say. 90%, more than 90%, I will point it out. It can be repeated. I know that some of the questions are repetitive. So one among is this one, Transfer of Property Act, Section 105 and Section 52 of Easement Act. This is probably 80% sure. Whereas this one, there is a chance, other points. In case of lease, the parties are entitled to accession of improvement made to property. In case of license, no such entitlement is there. Okay, that is the other one, other point. In case of contract of lease, the lessee has the right to protect the possession in his own name. In case of a license, the licensee does not have the right to defend the possession in his own name, as no proprietary rights are transferred. Clear? Yes. Since there is no proprietary rights are transferred, you don't have to protect or defend possession. Okay. So these are the main differences. It continues. In a case of easement, also there is consent of or permission of the owner of the property. Yes. But here the easement holder gets some interest in the property. When consent is there, the interest always attached to it. Where a license is just a personal right. The above one is for lease. Now, where a license is just a personal right, an easement right is pertaining to the property. It's only an easement right. That is right of way. That is an easement right. So it is pertaining to the property. So just a personal right. Also, in case of license, the licensee gets only right in personam. This is right in personam means this is a Latin word. Of course, this is also you have to remember. There are so many legal words. You might have gone. I didn't mention many places earlier also. Those legal phrases you should Google and get the exact meaning, and you can likewise. I told you, one is equation, second one is articles, third one is sections, fourth one is this one, this legal aspects terms, because we are not familiar with these words. Only right in personam. What is right in personam? Can anybody say? See, but easement rights are rights in REM and can be enforced against the whole world. So right in personam means it's a Latin phrase actually, against a particular person. In a lawsuit, which the case against a specific individual, that person must be served with a summons and complaint to court jurisdiction. So this is a legal thing, right in personam. Whereas rights in, what is rights in REM? Easement rights are rights in REM. Rights in REM is actually this is also Latin word rem. It is meaning against a thing. Against a thing, rem proceedings adjudicates the rights to a particular piece of property for every potential right holder. Even potential rights holders who are not named in the lawsuit. Even lawsuit, they need not mention some person's name also. That is called right in rem. Easement right, in case of easement right. So just remember that in license it is right in personam, easement right it is right in rem, rights in rem, rights in personam, rights in rem. These two words you can just note it down. You can later on Google it and find the real meaning, Latin word. You keep it as a sticker in your room. Similar words, it may appear that they can ask where you are using rights in rem following acts, Rent Control Act, Leasement Act, other act, this act, finally easement right. So when easement right is the right answer, rights in rem. can be enforced against the whole world. So similar questions you can, these are called questions which confuse a lot people. Right in persona, where we use the word right in persona, you should know it is in license. Right in persona, whereas in easement you use the word rights in rem. An easement can be both positive and negative in character, but a license cannot be a negative character. A license, because it's simple license, so no negative character in it. Whereas in easement, there can be positive and negative character. Now, leasehold properties under Transfer of Properties Act 1882, TOP, Transfer of Property Act. Leasehold properties under Transfer of Properties. A lease of immobile property is a transfer of right to enjoy such property made for certain time, express or implied, in perpetuity, in consideration a price paid, promised, or money, share, crops, whatever. So this is comes under Transfer of Property Act, and transferor is called lessor and transferee is called lessee. That we have seen all these things. This is simply we are rewinding our nouns, like price means premium. Sometimes they use the word premium paid, like pagidi, we call it in the sim. So lease is premium. A price should be paid in advance. Money, share, service, other thing to be rented is rent. It is called a rent. A rent is money. Maybe you can give some shares or service or another thing like water. So rent is this all include rent in a lease all property. Important points of lease agreement. These are very important to us also. Important points of lease agreement. Facilities to be included for the rent, monthly maintenance and society charges. In a lease agreement, it included monthly rent, AMC, and society charges. These are all lease agreement for a particular flat or apartment, not some other. So parking charges, payment of house tax, rent, escalation clause, routine repair expense. There is day by day repair may be there, so that expenses. Fixtures and fittings to be provided by lessor, their maintenance also. Grounds for termination of the agreement. There should be some grounds you should show to terminate the agreement. At least the payment is not made up for 3 months or 6 months. That is legal grounds. It is called legal grounds to defend our rights in court. So there should be some grounds for it. Notice period is given by both the parties to terminate the lease. So if lessee want to terminate, he should give 1 month or 3 month notice. Lesser needs that will be in the lease agreement. It will be specified. Then there is registration expenses of lease. Registration, what there may be registration stamps. So court fee stamps are there. So that lease deed is prepared on it. So that registration expenses will be there. Renewing the deed. If it is renewing renewal clause is there, then renewing the deed is there. So it depends on renewal clause, whether you are providing or you are giving him for only particular 10 or 15 years. Why we are giving lease after all? Think about it. Why we are giving land in lease? Anybody can tell a logical answer. Why we are giving lands in lease?
I guess to gain some, to get some revenue from it while you have it, I guess.
Yes, that is one of the factors, main factor. I am
So
only
you
looking for
retain
another answer.
ownership.
So development of land, development of land.
Okay, it is very simple answer.
You want to
Because
retain ownership.
Yes, he want to hold retain the property, right? Exact answer is he want to retain the property. So once you give the lease, after sometimes he will get it back. It is called reversionary price, reversionary clause. So he will get the land back. He don't want to sell it outright. Sell. He don't want. So he will retain it. That answer is I'm expecting. Second answer is, of course, there is some extra income from the lease agreement. That is only a second part. The main part is it is to retain the land on his own name. This is the first and foremost thing. You note it down. To retain the land. He don't want he don't want to sell it outright. Outright selling is not is in his mind. So he will give it lease. So that is it. So third, security deposit payable. The fourth one, invest on security deposit. Advanced and payable to access common areas. Oh, okay. There may be some advanced and payable to access swimming pool charges, gymnasium, gym, health club, anything that advance rent payment may be applicable. It needs to be ensured that the interest of both lessor and lessee are adequately protected. This is the main aspect, main plus point, or you can say it's a plus point. It needs to ensure interest of the both lessor and lessee adequately protected. This is lease agreement should protect both the lessor and lessee interest. A good lease, it is called a good lease agreement. The mutually agreed terms and conditions should be laid down in black and white. In black and white, it should be very clear, and there should not be any ambiguity in such clauses. It should be simple words and simple sentences. It should be black and white. No other deviation. You cannot define or you can their own way. It should be very clear. This will reduce the chances of disputes at later stage. Most of the lease agreement disputes are there. I'll tell you very frankly, whenever a lease agreement is in force, disputes will come in future because our laws are changing. Our society, as we learned yesterday, social interactions are changing. Businesses are changing, the way, the mode of business. So these kind of things are there. So disputes are definitely, it will be there in a lease agreement. So at least we should try to reduce the impact or reduce the that risk, risk factor. That clauses should be very clear. In case of this, you write it. In case of your manufacturing product is you are in loss, what he should do? He should revert it. Revert with what condition? What should I get? If it is 30 years and he says after 15 years, I'm going to stop. I am in loss. What he will do? This 15 years still there. So he has to compensate it. Clearly mention it. If the property is returned back before the lease agreement, you have to pay this much compensation to me or lesser. Lesser, yes. This has to be done. So these terms and conditions should be very clear so that dispute will not arise. Then unearned increase. This word, you just learn it. Unearned increase. What is unearned increase? Anybody can tell me. Anybody. What is unearned increase in a lease agreement?
Not sure, sir.
What is unearned increase? That is increase in land portion. Okay. It is, we are not doing anything for that. Lesser or lessee. It is
You
increasing.
mean the value of land?
value of land, exactly. So sometimes lessor can claim than unearned increase in the land value. He can claim that also. You can put it as a clause in lease agreement. Unearned increase of land will be paid by the lessee. Okay, this is unearned increase. This question comes in some questions specifically ask for unearned increase of lesser interest. Okay. Essential elements of lease. Okay, tell me what is essential elements of lease? It is immovable property, of course. Right to enjoy such immovable property. Okay. The ascertainable duration of the lease. Okay. Duration you have to specify. The parties that is transfer and transferee who are competent to make contract. What is competent? Okay, tell me what is competency in making a contract? There are two competency. Yesterday I explained this. Who is competent?
Somebody who's not a, I mean, a major person with sound mind.
Correct. He should be. He should not be a minor, and he should be in sound mental condition. These are called competency in making a contract. No other thing. He can be handicapped, no problem. He can be a drug user, no problem. But a drug user may not be a competent, sound mind. So forget about it. So these are the two conditions which fulfill competency. One is he should be 18 plus years old. That is a major person, not a minor, and sound mind. It should be mentally balanced. We should have mental health is good. Mental health. Nowadays we use good words like mental health. We never use nowadays mental hospitals. You might have noticed it. No mental hospitals. It is mental health hospital. It carries more. The word itself is feel good. So consultation, that is premium or rent. The consideration is called premium. This that is advance payment. When you start a lease agreement, you have to pay a premium. So I think there is a question. You can go through it. I didn't send. You can see it now today. Yesterday my lap is not working. Today you can see this now. You read it. Somebody can read it. Nobody is voluntarily coming forward to read the question.
So we're reading the question.
No, loudly to hear all.
A person is holding a shop under a lease with government property having 15 years, unexpired at a fixed rent of 20,000 per month on exclusive terms. He wished to sell his interest to another property. The current market rate on similar terms and conditions of the lease is 50,000 per month, exclusive with a 5-year rent review clause. What is the value of the lessee's interest? Freehold yields from similar establishments is 5% at present YP. At
5% at present.
Yeah, yeah. And then YP is at 6% and 2.5% for 15
So what are
years.
the data given? Holding period 15 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Unexpired fixed rent 20,000.
Unexpired, you mean this is perpetuity again?
No, not in that sense. Perpetuity is more than 99 years. Unexpired means 15 years. It is unexpired for that particular period.
I mean, it's continuing right now, for example.
No, 15 years he has to continue unexpired. It is continuous for 15 years. If renewal clause is there, they will mention it. Okay. Whatever given in the question is 15 years. Then one important aspect is the, tell me, just now I told you about terms. What is that term?
Exclusive, you mean?
Yes, exactly. What is exclusive? term, what is exclusive rent?
When the tenant has to take on all the outgoings.
Yes. Or vice versa.
No, the tenant is doing, no? The lessee is taking on all outgoings.
Now the question is whose interest is we are calculating? Lessee's interest.
Value of lessee's interest, yeah.
Yeah. So here exclusive terms means lessee has to do anything with repairs or anything. This is exclusive. Inclusive is lessee's lessee has to do. Exclusive is I think the same thing as I wrote there. Do you want to me go back? Exclusive terms. You did you make any note on it?
Yeah, exclusive is when the tenant is taking on the cost, no, of the outgoing. So there
us see.
he's paying the person the net rent, not the gross rent.
Yes. Okay. For now the next one, lease is INR 50,000 per month, exclusive 5 years. If it is a current market, comparing to current market, he is paying only 20,000, whereas the current market is 50,000 per month, exclusive, same exclusive term. Okay, you're right. With a 5 years rent review clause, what is the value of lessee's interest? We have given freeholds from similar establishment, not a lease. Freehold is 5%, so you can apply it for lease agreement. YP at the rate of 6% and 2.5% for 15 years. That means question is very clear. YP is calculated in dual rate method, not single rate.
Yeah.
Yesterday we had done a lot of questions. I mean, this formula we used. Today also you are going to use the same formula again and calculate. Okay. So let us see the next slide. Solution. What is market rent? That is given. You convert it into per annum. It is monthly 50. For this, don't forget this. Always convert all the values to the per annum. Less rent period. What is rent period? Rent paid. Sorry, rent paid is 20,000. 12. Yeah, into 12. So gross profit rent. How much?
360.
How did you get it?
6 minus 240.
Very good. That is the gross. Less is outgoing. Exclusive. What you have said is correct. 0. Correct? So there is no expense for lessee. Here it is 0. Net profit again. So minusing from 0, you will get the same number, same figure. Rupees 3,60,000 per annum. Now there is the crux of this question paper to calculate YP. YP at rate of 6% and 2.5% for 15 years. You have to calculate how to get that constant 8.368. The equation is given. YP is equal to 1 by IS. We know I is 6%. Don't use 6%. Okay, you can tell 0.06. Always, if you denote in generally, I am using it. Small I, capital I. If it is small I, you divide it by 100. Then you tell the 6 by 100. So 0.06 plus S. S is for sinking fund. Sinking fund, what is sinking fund formula? R divided by 1 plus R raised to n minus 1. Right?
I mean, it was I, but that's fine. But which rate will you take for which one?
Which rate?
The YP is at 6%.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, you calculate YP.
So you create YP with 6% and then 2.5.
No, you cannot take.
What is 2.5?
Not 2.5 directly. S
No,
is
I
equal
understand.
to,
That's fine. But what is 2.5%?
That is sinking fund.
Why that 2? That's the sinking fund, right?
Yes,
okay.
2.5% for 15 years. If there are two, see, it's a simple technique I will teach you. This is there are 2 percentages. In that case, that means definitely means this is one is sinking fund. The other one is what is called the nomenclature. I forgot yesterday. No, not interest. There are two interested. One is 6%, other is 2.5%. There is a name for it. I'll refer that one and I'll give you. So anyway, in this question, it is very clear that we are going to use this formula. Whenever comes this percentages to repeat two different percentages. So one is for constant 6% and plus sinking fund 2.5%. So that will give you S has to be calculated by the formula R by 1 plus R raised to n minus 1. So you will get the n minus 1 is raised to n the whole minus yes, the whole minus 1. There is a bracket now. I have given that photograph today, that formula, every formula I have sent you. So you can use either this formula, check it. I would like to remove that bracket. It is wrong.
Which the n bracket you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
There is no n minus 1. It is n minus 1, the whole minus 1. So if you want, you can put bracket here, something like this, big bracket, so that no confusion at all. Okay. So there is no confusion now. So I change the formula like this. Otherwise, it is confusing. So that I put in two brackets. So how much you are getting S? I can tell from the answer. It should be 2.3638. 2.638. Because 6 is already no. You carry on. This is not like that. Okay. Sinking fund. R by 1 plus R raised to n minus 1. Please try to calculate. I am requesting all the participants to calculate yourself. So even you can change this one also. It's not capital S. You can do as a small as above. While you use this, there is no misunderstanding. I plus S, the same as is to be calculated. Whenever you use capital, that is directly you are putting 6%. So 6 by 100, you have to write 6 by 100 and all those things. As an engineer, you need not do that. You can directly get the things done. I don't know how to open. Yeah. Is there anyone? Okay, I'll answer a question from valuer Tulsi Ram. Is power of attorney revocable or irrevocable? Definitely. Definitely, it is revocable. Power of attorney is given for a particular purpose, and if the purpose is over, you can cancel it. It is revocable. Okay. That is the only question I can see in the chat box. You know, I'll just check the chat box. It's okay. Any other questions? No. So suppose X getting ₹1 per month as rent. Rate of interest is 1% per annum. How to convert this annual rent is? Is it ₹12? Yes. It is 12. No doubt. You can. Your answer is correct. Or some more is there? Any precise method? No, nothing. This is ₹1 per annum. We know the equation. Just apply for in the equation. You will get the same result. ₹12. And if you are calculating interest part is there. For ₹1 you are getting 10%. That means 1.1 next year. So that you can use that formula 1/1 that compound interest formula. 1/1 plus R raised to n. I'm talking to only to Tulsiram ji because he has asked this question. You apply that one, then you will get here the interest rate is 1%. So maybe yes, 1% is small amount. Even though it is small one, you can apply that equation 1 divided by 1 plus 0.01 raised to how many years? 1 year or 12 rupees 12 month. It is given in month. So convert it into year. You will get the result. We will do that. You can write 12 per annum. Then ₹1 that is 1/1 plus 0.01 raised to again 1 only. Please calculate 1 divided by 1.01 raised to no raised to, because this is 12 months, so 1 only. So equal to what? Yeah, 0.999. It's almost ₹1 only. This 0.99 you will get. One new message. Okay. Yeah, you said okay. So I think the calculation time is over. You got that? I think 8.3638. If you have any doubt, I can guide you. Did you get anybody got that constant 8 point? That is from the table. We use formula 8.638. Oh, you calculated. S is equal to R by R is.
I've got something like 13 point something.
Yes, everybody will get. I know it. See, you calculate first sinking fund S. That is 0.025 divided by 1 plus 0.025 bracket close raised to n. 15 years
40.
Minus 1. How much you are getting? 8.638.
Okay.
Okay. Now it's okay. Right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Only this one. Yeah. Only yes, you can calculate it. You can calculate all together, or you can calculate separately. I am in my method. I will calculate separately because I don't know how to this complicated method. So many division and the power to n minus and all those things. So I will separate it. This is my method, and need not follow by anybody else. So Sinking fund actually it comes 0.0557. So sinking fund plus your rate of interest is 0.06. So 0.06 add it. And what is inverse of it? Can you please give me the inverse answer? 1 by calculate again. Okay. How much it is again? Yeah. So we got 8.638 using this formula. Anybody has any doubt? Please ask. So let us continue. We don't want to waste time. We have a lot of the, I don't know how many pages are there still. Let me check. It's not escaping. So how many pages remaining? 25, 62 pages are there. We are still in 62, 25 page. Okay, let's go fast. Okay. There are 62 slides are there. We are in 25 now. So we almost finished our time for this. But don't worry. We will arrange some other way. But because without learning this, you cannot go ahead. So take your own time. I don't mind. Huh? No, cost approach is there. I don't know. Hmm. Hmm. Yes. Let us see. So I'm going to next slide now. I will send you this PPT. You just go through it. And, derivation of yield rate from market derived data. So that is another topic prescribed in your syllabus. Derivation of yield rate from market derived data. Valuer is required to find out the amount required to be set aside every year for a certain number of years to recoup capital which is terminable after some time. That is called sinking fund. In case when income lease rent from leasehold properties land ceases with the maturity of lease, there is no renewal clause. It is necessary to allow the recoupment initial capital investment by the lease in addition to return on the capital. So that is called recoupment. That is returning that cost also to be considered. Present cost of recouping. That is called actually it is coming in calculation. It will be clear. In writings, it is a bit complicated. You will feel what is this. So it is boring also. It is necessary to allow for recoupment of initial capital invested by lessee in addition to return on capital investment. So these things we will see in the case studies. Then it will be in case of capital investment in building, which is depreciable asset, it is necessary to provide for return of capital invested in building and also for recoupment of capital invested. Accumulate some form of annual sinking fund amount. Same thing. So these are all in problems only they will ask. Remuneration rate for interest and accumulation rate of interest. This is the word I think we seen 6% and 2.5%. 6% is remunerative rate. Yesterday I told you this. Remunerative rate. Remunerative rate is 6% and accumulative rate is 2.5%. It's clear, no? Somebody has asked, no, why 6%, two rates, 6% and 2.5%. The last question. So 6% is considered as remunerative, whereas 2.5% is considered as accumulative rate. That is for sinking fund. Accumulation, that is accumulating for the future to build a similar building or similar property. That is the meaning. So that doubt is clear now.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. The rate of interest adopted for return on capital investment is called remunerative rate of interest. So that is 6% in the earlier case. Rate of interest adopted for working out sinking fund, that is recoupment fund, is called recoupment rate of interest. That is also 2.5%. That is accumulative rate of interest. Remunerative rate of interest is always higher than accumulative rate. Yes, 2.5 is lesser than, I mean, 6% is higher than 2.5%. So that is also clear. So remunerative rate of interest is decided by comparing market yield rates from similar other sound securities like government security available in the market. So how will you calculate, how will you arrive these things? This is similar to sound securities like government security available, government bonds, how much you have to see that. So similarly, you can give the rate for remunerative rate, the same figure or 1% less, or depends on the situation. So anyway, it is somewhere near government bond or security available in the market. Recommended rate of interest is decided by comparing it with lowest possible maintainable interest rate. So recommended rate is considered, interest is decided by comparing it with lowest possible maintainable. It should be maintainable, not high. It cannot be so high that it cannot be paid by the lessee. It may go in loss in that case. So it is lowest possible maintainable interest rate. Whereas in remunerative rate, you are taking government rate, government security rates. Whereas in sinking method, you give lowest possible maintenance interest rate, lowest possible. That is 2.5 in the earlier report, as in the earlier report. This is similar, or almost this percentage won't change much, 6 and 2.5. It is a small difference maybe there. Okay. Years of purchase. Years of purchase. We are repeating the same years purchase. We are repeating for the third or fourth time. Capitalized value required to be paid once and for all in order to receive annual income of ₹1 for specified period of time at time specified rate of return. Years of purchase YP is equal to capital value divided by rate of capitalization, then multiplied by ₹1. If it is 40,000 or 50,000, 1 lakh, you put 1 lakh. Then you will get yes purchase directly. Why so? See, from this equation you can make any equation. Rate of capitalization equal to capital value by years of purchase. Now capital value is equal to years of purchase multiplied by rate of capitalization. We know all those things. You know, it's a mathematical. When numerator goes to the other side, you know, to multiply all those things. So you know, this mathematical function, actually you can derive anything from this formula. If they ask for capital rate, you go capital value, you go for that one, or rate of capitalization, you go for this one, or similarly you can do all the from this equation, all the three will be, you can calculate if other two components are given. Types of rent. Lease rent charged by the landowner to the tenant, we know that. So I don't go important points. I'll tell you. Rack rent. It is actual for this is a possible question. Okay, rack rent possible. I will give the 70% rack rent calculation or rack rent. Actual full rent value, gross rent received from the property in a year. It may be rent for land or both land and building. It is called rack rent. Virtual rent. It is a virtual rent, gross rental value to lesser received from the lessee for leased out property. So virtual rent calculation is there. Annual equivalent plus rent actually paid plus cost of improvements. That is called virtual rent. Head rent. whenever the word head rent comes, you should assume that there is sublease also, not lessee. So head lessee is the original lease between a tenant and a landlord. So there is a lessee. In such lease, overall contractual responsibility is given to one identifiable tenant called the head lessee. He is known to the, he is the only person known to me, or if I am the lessor, head lessee. Then head lessee is primary lease under which sublease have been granted. You can grant him, say, in many cases, you can grant him to sublease if there are so many properties leased by in lease agreement. You can put a sublessee for to look after the unit or whatever. It is called sublessee. So, have been granted. It is also termed as a primary lease or chief lease. Head lease, it is called primary or chief. Same meaning. Profit rent. See, this question can be, this is repetitive question. Please note. This is the most important one. Profit rent. What head lessee when head lessee sublease a property, he normally charges higher than head rent. This increased rental is called improved rent. So you should learn the word profit rent, head rent, improved rent, and profit rent. See, difference between head rent and improved rent is called profit rent. This example is very clear. Maybe this same example will ask you either in this way, question like a question, or another way. If X leases property to Y for 3,000 rupees per month, and B in return sublease C for 5,000 per month, so rupees 3,000 is called head rent. Clear? It is directly to X and Y, head lessee and lessor, X and Y. So this is 3,000 per month, but B is subleases to C for a rent of 5,000. So this 3,000 is head rent, 5,000 is called improved rent. Don't confuse it. Sometimes you will write it is profit rent. No, difference between that is profit rent. We call it only profit. Generally speaking, 5,000 minus 300, what you will get? Profit. But in lease agreement valuation, we call it rupees 200. That is difference between 5,000 and 3,000 is called profit rent, not profit. This is very important. You can note it down. This question is asked last time, last continuously they are asking. Anyway, I will share this thing. So go to the next one. Contractual rent. It is rent mutually agreed between landlord and tenant under the tenancy contract, which may be written or verbal. The rent may be for use of land alone or land or building together. That is between a contract. You might have learned in general laws. Contract can be writing or in verbal. So it can be in verbal also. So that is called contractual rent. In contractual rent, general contract you might have learned it. So otherwise you go through it again and find out what is contract. Then standard rent. Standard rent can be defined as the rent fixed by the court of land, court for land, or land with building premises in accordance with the provisions of Rent Control Act. It is legally approved rent, standard rent. When the word comes standard rent, that means it is accepted by court or local bodies or some statutory bodies. So it is accepted. Not it is, usually contractual rent may be higher than standard rent, same as in the case of any other case. So standard rent is legally binding, both parties. Now market rent, it is the highest rent that is receivable for property by landlord. That is open market rent. The open market, after considering all the advantages as well as disadvantages of property, as well as market condition, demand and supply, etc., in the prudent manner. It is the highest one. Market rent. Concessional rent. What is concessional rent? When a landlord gives premises on rent to some relatives or friends at a token or nominal rent, which is much lower than uh, uh, locality, below ruling when in the locality, it is called concession rent. Yeah, anyway, you are given a concession for your fund. It is called concession rent. It is always lower than the standard rent and market rent. It is always both, even lower than the standard rent also. That is fixed by government. You can give. Monopoly rent. What is monopoly rent? The word itself is very clear. The advantage of location can be exploited by charging monopoly rent in the occupant. This rent is normally very much higher than ruling market rent in the locality. So monopoly is the highest pay. I mean, everywhere. Exploitation. The monopoly means, you know, the lease agreement, the similar properties not available in the whole vicinity or surrounding area, or even 10 to 15 kilometers, or even in the district itself. So he is having such a property. He is a monopoly over it. He can give at any rate. There are takers. So it is called monopoly rent. Now, determination of market rent and standard rent. So that is also included in your syllabus. So present value of the land is estimated. Depreciate cost of construction is estimated taking in account of depreciation, obsolescence, etc. I think in cost approach we will learn what is obsolescence, but the word itself is very clear. You need not worry about it. What is obsolescence? It becomes obsolete. I used the word yesterday in your this thing. So obsolescence, economic obsolescence is there, technological obsolescence is there. What is technological obsolescence? See, you are constructing in olden days with stones and all. Rubber masonry, I mean, the whole structure in stone, granite stone, like pyramid. All it is technology technically obsolescence, correct? So technological obsolescence, functional obsolescence is there, physical obsolescence is there. So it is, these are all obsolescences. So depreciation, obsolescence, etc. It will be taken into account. Capital value of property is obtained by adding the above two items, that is present value of land and depreciation cost of construction. Depreciate cost of construction of the building or structure, whatever. So you will find learn how to depreciate buildings in cost approach. Okay, next class, next session. We have enough time. See, it's only 1 o'clock now. Capital value of the property is obtained by adding two of the above. Rate of return as provided in the appropriate premises tenancy act or other acts on value of land, cost of construction should be applied. This is net yearly return. So rate of return is calculated based on appropriate premises. This premises means not in the meaning that our surroundings. It is premises of tenancy act. Value of land, cost of construction to be applied, and then only you can get rate of return by giving net yearly return. Add to this return all outgoings like repairs, insurance, collection charges, taxes, sinking fund, etc. This is the gross rent that can be realized by the lower owner of the property. So any amount paid by the tenant for municipal taxes must be deducted from the gross rent. So this is also taken into account. Now, lease, lessor, lessee types of lease provisions and covenants. We'll see what is that. Leasehold interest. A leasehold interest is actually usually subject to payment of annual rent and serve terms and conditions. Covenants contained in the lease agreement. The person who grants lease is a lessor. These are all we know it. The person who takes property on lease, lessee, just revision only. A lease where lessee undertakes to carry out all the repairs to bear all outgoings known as full repairing lease. This is important wording, full repairing lease. So here the lessee undertakes to carry out all repairs. Okay. That is called full repairing lease. Now types of leases. So these are the four types of it. Building lease is there, occupation lease is there, sublease, lease for life. These are the various types of leases. So we'll go one by one. Building lease, the lease in respect of land stripe of for construction of building. In such lease, lessee undertakes to pay annual ground rent, construct building or buildings on the land. So building lease, he is giving, lessor is giving a bare land, vacant land. So the lessee will build the building, to construct building on the land, to keep the building in good state of repairs maintenance during the period of lease, uh, pay all the outgoings. On expiry of lease term, either pull down the buildings or revert the land its origin. There are, yes, please note this point. The building is constructed by the lessee. After the expiry of the lease term, what you it should be specified in lease agreement whether he will return the building to me. Building to me means lessor here. So lessor will get back a building, revert the land in its original state. That means he has to demolish it, the building which is constructed, or to hand over possession of land with building thereon unto the lessor. These are the conditions. So depending upon the situation, the amount or rent will differ, premium will differ. So you are getting, a lessor is getting a good building. If it is a good building after 20 years, yeah, he is in very good profit. He is getting building also, apartment also. So it's a good this thing. So, but lease rent will be adjusted. The leases are usually for long term. These leases, what building lease, 99 years, so that the building has zero value. That is why. Building lease, buildings, see, after 99 years, economic life is almost over. So usually long-term lease are building lease. So not that point also. Building lease are long-term lease because building is there, it depreciates, and lessor should get all the benefit from the the building he constructed in the vacant land. So it is a long-term lease, generally building lease. Occupational lease. These are the leases where land and building are leased out occupation by the lessee. So the lessor possesses both land and building. He is giving lease to the lessee. So it is called occupation lease. Already building is there. It is called occupation lease. Leases are usually for short term because it's my building. Before that, I have to get it back. No, before it is its economic life is over, I should get it. So generally, it's a short term or medium term. So short term means 10 years or 15 years. Medium term means 50 or 60 years. In case of medium or long term, there is usually a condition regarding periodic revision or review of lease rent. This is also a clause which all the lease agreement should specify. After 5 years or 10 years, I will revise the price. Lease agreement. If you are paying now 10,000, next year after 5 years, I will review it, or I will increase this much 10% increment or 20%. That you can write. So this is the clauses usually in occupation lease. Then sublease. Subject to terms and condition of head lease, a lessee may sublease the property of any term less at least by a day than his own lease term. Okay, so he can sublease it. Sublease may be building sublease or occupational sublease. So buildings, see, in both cases, occupation lease or building lease, he can sublease it with the permission of the lessor. Okay, that's the main important point. Lease for life. It is the lease granted for the duration of life of the lessee or some other person. State government, local authorities, semi-government agencies, many a time give land for development to individual or entrepreneurs, to a company, by creating long-term and by charging initial full premium representing full market value of land at a nominal lease rent of 1 rupee. This is really happening in infra and all industrial units. They'll it is just like selling purchase deed, similar to purchase deed. But a token is to be paid every year, 1 rupee, 1 rupee, 1 rupee, 1 rupee. It's a token. So such leases are there. Such lease invariably consist of clause of payment, unearned increase. Okay, here comes the word unearned increase. Please note. What is unearned increase? Increase in the land price. Okay, so increase in the invariably consists of clause payment for unearned increase in case of sale or transfer of leasehold interest in land. So if the lessee subleases it or transfer it, I mean rights, then unearned increase in the land portion to be paid to the government. That is a clause. Such leases are virtually grant of land, but leases for namesake for observing polity of disposal of land by government or by planning development authorities. Okay, so that's all. Lease provisions and covenants. There are two types of lease: lessor and lessee. Each has certain obligations towards each other and society in general. Certain terms agreed between two parties, which are called as covenants. So this is an agreement. Conditions are there. So covenants. It is there are some covenants. That's all. Valuation of lessor's interest and lessee's interest. So this is an important part which we are going to see in the case studies. Valuation of how to value lessor's interest and how to value lessee's interest. We have seen some small examples, but we will see good case studies. And pray that it won't come to DV exams. Lessor's interest comprises two parts. One is to receive the rent reserved under the lease of unexpired period. Second one is reversion of land and building as terms and condition after. So these are the lessor's interest. Whenever a question comes for lessor's interest, these two points you have to value. One is receive the rent under the lease unexpired period. Second one is reversion. That is whether it is land or building, it will be reverted to your lessor. So that price also to be calculated. The lessee's interest is to receive profit rent, market rent, or minus lease rent of unexpired period of time. When this is profit rent means this comes under there is generally agreements of industries or putting up some units and all. Here they are taking as profit rent means they are subleasing it, apartment, whatever. So it doesn't matter when the question comes. We'll accordingly you have to answer. That's all. Now, where the rent reserved under this type of lease is full rental value of building, it is known as market rent, rack rent, or rack rent. Whereas less than full rental value, it is known as head rent. These are all we explained earlier. Just names sake, you go through it. Now the valuation of freehold let out at full rental value. We will see an example now. Okay, very simple example. But not very simple in the sense it may multiple questions you can MCQ you can expect. A freehold shop in a first class location is worth a rent rupees 20,000 annum gross. What is the market value of property? Assume YP as 4%. So let's do that work just to know how to calculate. Gross rent is 2 lakh per annum. It's given. Less outgoings. What are the these are our outgoings? It is assumed. Don't give. I don't want to do this problem by yourself because it should be given in the question itself. So just to know the procedure. You take all these repairs up to insurance to the question paper. Question paper should mention repairs 10%, management 5%, property tax 50%, insurance 100%. These 4 criteria should be given in the question IBBA exam. So you will get net income as this much. Outgoing, gross minus outgoing. Gross rent 2 lakh. Yes, it is 2 lakh minus whatever you get adding all these things. So you will get net income as one instead of 2 lakhs, you will get 1,38,000 per annum. YP now perpetuity 4%. So again you have to divide by 100 divided by 4. That is 25 into 138. You will get the net capitalized value YP in perpetuity. I think 34 lakhs 50,000. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now next slide. Real estate as an investment. So real estate as an investment is a tough job actually, because management aspect is there, legal aspect is there, liquidity is there, size of investment. It's very large portion. You have to invest. You have to invest more in this real estate investment. Lack of central market. Actually speaking, real estate investment is in nowadays a loss. Management aspect. What is management aspect? You have to manage and you have to appoint staff, salary, everything, maintenance. These are the legal aspect like municipal tax or whatever conveyance, this thing, titles, liquidity. It is very difficult to. What is most? What is liquidity? Can you tell me? Money. If you have cash, that is the most easiest liquidity is money by cash or gold. Gold is somewhat something. Then shares. This is all but real estate is liquidity is very low. You have to find a purchaser, you have to find a broker, then making a purchase deed or sale deed, whatever. So liquidity way it is very low. Liquidity aspect also. Size of investment, whereas size of investment is huge. Lack of central market. These are all negative points. The thing is, I think nowadays positive in this. Let us see. Next, internal rate of return. Internal rate of return. What is that? Internal rate of return. This is something related to what do you say? Security shares and financial market. So that asset class group knows this better than us. So for some questions you can expect from this. I will tell you those questions. Internal rate. What is that? What are you doing? You ask me and you do it. But no. Anything? No, nothing. No, I removed some slides from discount rate, which makes NPV equal to 0. That is discount rate. NPV is net present value. That is equal to 0. Value are in equation. We expect NPV equal to. See, all those things are irrelevant as far as these slides are concerned. Except, see, a project or this thing, or any project report is acceptable when this is the point. If the IRR, internal rate of return, is greater than cost of capital. I'm going to delete everything from this page. I don't want to confuse you with other points. That we can learn it yourself if you want. What is that? What are you doing? I don't want to delete. I'll do it. Yeah, this is the main thing which we should know. A project report should be accepted if RR is greater than cost of capital. If RR is less than cost of capital, reject it. This is the basic thing which you should know. Okay. Profit and method of valuation involves determining profit and capitalizing it an appropriate year's purchase. Cinemas, hospitals, hotels, restaurants. License for such business may pose considerable value. This is the profit because cinema it's a profit, hospital profit. Of course, first hospitals are not considered hospitals, general private hospital, hotels, restaurants. These are all income generating business. So we determine the each and every one by one. Determination of profit. Profit is income minus outgoings. So outgoing is primarily expenses, preliminary expenses. Preliminary expenses include entertainment tax, license fee, film hire charges. This is for cinema theater I am discussing. Film hire charges case of cinema or basic items necessary for running a business, whatever the charges. That is preliminary expenses. What is working expenses? Salaries, benefits to staff, operating, running charges of business, including municipal taxes, purchase of food or other consumables for the hotel. If it is a hotel, other consumables for hotel. So I given the choice between a business, hotel, and cinema, everything together. Preliminary expenses this one, and working expenses this one. So these are the things. So depreciation and maintenance. Depreciation on building, furniture, fixtures, other items used regularly. Also an amount for sinking fund can be provided for beside making allowance for maintenance and repair. Similar thing which we have done seen earlier also. So there is now much explanation is required. I hope so. Owner's profit could be anywhere between 15 to 20% or more. Normally takes into account interest on blocked capital. See, owners made up investment, no? So that capital is blocked now in a particular field, cinema, whether it is hotel or cinemas or whatever. So capital investment, interest on working capital, trade profit, risk factor, management skill, and the like. So that you can give 20% for owner's profit. So naturally, rate of capitalization. After arriving at a figure for the profit, it is necessary to determine two factors: the ratio of tangible profit. Okay. Now come on, see these wordings: tangible and intangible. You should learn these words. What is tangible? You can touch it. That's all. You can touch. Intangible means like satellite rights. You cannot see that. What is that? Intangible. It is intangible. Goodwill. A goodwill of a person. It is intangible. Goodwill of a business. It is intangible. You took a doctorate in particular subject and you got a patency for it. Patency. So that is intangible. You can value it. That's what I want to say. Tangible and intangible, both of them you can value. In a stage will come. After you pass the exam, you must learn how to value the intangible part also. So the ratio of tangible and profit and intangible profit. So tangible, you can touch it, you can feel it, you can it is existing one physically, whereas intangible one you cannot see it by your eyes, or you cannot what you call, I don't know exactly how to explain it. So intangible means you cannot touch it or either feel it or anything. That is called examples I can give you: goodwill, patency, all those things. So that is called intangible profit. So capitalization rate for each profit. These two things you keep it in mind. Tangible portion of net profit is due to capital assets or assets which can be touched. Yeah, the same word is assets which can be touched. That intangible portion of the profit is due to goodwill, management, license, etc. Yeah, management, license, goodwill, etc. are intangible. So we generally provide, tangible as 70% or 30% for intangible. 75 to 25. That is generally in any valuations. That it is actually decided by the valuer. Then there are certain methods to arrive also. But after all, you must know that these two aspects to be considered. That's all. Now, hotel and industry depends on what are the factors: clientele, location, management, facility, services, construction. In hotel industry, valuer must study occupancy rate. Yes, what is occupancy rate? It's fully occupant or yearly. Some seasonal occupancy is there. Full occupancy you get, like in Rajasthan, Taj. Certain season they will be full occupant. So you have to study the pattern of occupancy so that you can arrive at average occupancy per annum, so that you can calculate the profit. Inspect for comparable sale. This is another method for valuation. Authenticate all aspects of the property. So these are the things which a valuer must do. Depends on the above factors like location, management, facilities, construction, etc. Hotel restaurant valuation. This a special case of valuations. I think you have to you will see it in case studies. We hope so, or I can send you typical questions. Let us see how it will work out. Okay. So cinema. Now cinema theaters. Market value depends on earning capacity. Generally, I will tell you one thing. The cinemas are located in any place. The center of this, it is center of the city or village or whatever. Cinema theaters are in prime location. This is the most interesting thing. So market value depends on earning capacity. Here we are using income. So earning capacity of a cinema theater. Profit method includes the effect of goodwill and management also. Here also we are taking goodwill and management. Gross income come from movie being exhibited. That is from gross income comes from particular film. They are showing quality of the hall, seating arrangements, parking arrangements, aesthetics, environment, sound system. These are all in a cinema theater, in Ox type cinema theater, you might have, those things. So whatever the amenities, whatever the environment, aesthetics, these are all taken into account for gross income. Outgoings, what are the outgoings? You have to pay entertainment tax to government. Preliminary expenses. Other expenses. What is other expenses? Staff salary, maintenance, all similar thing. Then depreciation of the building. And the buildings are always depreciating. Cinema theaters always. Cinema theater contains plant and machinery things also, like so many things. Lift, if it is for balcony, lift is there, it will be depreciate more than the buildings. So these things you have to taken into account. That is the premises of the way the is it a single unit or a multi complex cinema inox like system. These are all taken into account while you value the cinemas theaters. So honest profit also finally you have to consider. Because he is the man who is taking risk. It's a risky job, or all investment are risky, but more the risk, more the profit. Less the risk, less the profit. That is the difference. So in any case, owner has to take get his profit. That is it. So valuation has a good going concern and goodwill. What is a going concern? The business is still there. Business is not liquidated. Business is not stopped. It is called going on concern. A going concern. You go. The term, it is inverted comma. A going concern. Some business having a going concern value. This is going concern value. This includes value assigned to both tangible and similarly tangible and intangible assets. There is also an element of goodwill value built into overall valuation for such a valuation, where the profit method of valuation is adopted. So, to value the goodwill, any business going concern means business in real sense. So, the goodwill part is there. You can get many products, similar products in similar price range, but a particular product why you are buying because of goodwill. Dettol, for example, I'll tell you Dettol. It has got that from the beginning. We are seeing it how the Dettol marketing it. So it has got a goodwill among the people from hospitals, from home, everywhere. Then certain products, has got special acceptance in customer side. So that is because of the goodwill of the business. I got it. Now, for example, I will tell you. Recently, Reliance has taken over by Future Group, that is Big Bazaar and all, no. So it is taken over by RIL already, I think, Reliance Group. So why he is also happy, the owner of the Future Group, because he was in trouble, because RIL has got good customers like even Geo, how they perform, it. So once the takeover is done, both the business are flourishing now. Both are benefited because RIL goodwill and I don't know it is goodwill or I'm not comment any comments on it, but there is customers for RIL any product. Later they will. I think in Geo also offers were different now than the beginning. They were offering even the phone also. So that is how the corporates are working. It's their business depends on their business tactics. They will offer something in initial stage, then finally they slowly they will come to even in Zoom. Zoom also now they are giving the basic thing is free, but now I think AI is using a paid up Zoom meeting. Otherwise, they will give only 1 hour or 45 minutes. So it is now a paid webinar web meeting app. Similarly, in any case, going on concern is any business. The goodwill factor is prevails. Why we choose Zoom than GeoMeet or anything? Because I think I have attended 4 or 5 applications in meetings. So I think Zoom is the best one because it's clarity of voice, no much interruptions, and better than any other. There are other things. No, I can give hands raised, participants, share slide. I can share the slide. I can annotate. Even I can draw with the pencil. Everything. I never used it. That's another thing. So there are so many things. Are remote control even it is there. But fortunately, unfortunately, I didn't go for that. That is it. So next one, market value of goodwill. Market value of the extent of transferability can be transferred independent of the property. Goodwill can be transferred. That's what I'm. Valuation of property, valuation of goodwill associated be done separately. It should be separate. You can separate it and then add together. By the adjustment average of net profit cover over a certain period, goodwill value can be obtained. That is why I told you, the instead of thumb rules like 70 is to 30 or 30 is to 75 is to 25, there are some methods to arrive adjustment average net profit over a certain period. Goodwill value, the adjustment include financial adjustments such as depreciation, value of service provided by the business owners, value of fixed assets employed. Recently a question has come, I told you, from the same thing to value the goodwill and all. But it's not that easy. Even still, I told you in the first day, we are discussing the right answer. We never reached anywhere near the the options given in the computer. So still, I'm if I get a good answer, reliable answer, I will send to you, because that question may come. Only once only it has appeared. I heard. So no, nobody has committed to do that. At least in L&D case, L&D, the other, like other asset class, no, they can do it, but we are not that much what you call knowledgeable in calculating all those things. So I hope that the question will be solved very early. That it is being discussed by so many valuers, senior valuers. We will get some result. If I get result, I will publish it here, definitely. So that is the thing. So what is that? This is our valuation of brick fields. Yeah. So what is we are at the fag end now. You can go after these slides. Okay. And then cost approach is only remaining. Valuation of brick fields. It is actually fallow lands. It is wastelands they are giving for brick fields. Actually, fallow land means it is wasteland or used lands and all. So brick manufacturing units. You can here you use common sense. Brick manufacturing normally work short term, because for 10 to 15 years. After that, there is no clay, and they will finish it. So 15 years maximum time. After which no more earth is profitably available. Not earth, it is clay actually. Is profitably available from such land as deep excavation increase beyond economic. Now, if you go beyond certain limits, the economic you cannot produce bricks in marketable condition. Means economically not viable. So excavated land turns into a tank. So the whole area is a tank, and the highest, as I told you, highest and best use principle. If you use the landfill operation, may be proved uneconomical. You can make it a fishery, because it is suitable for. It becomes like a pond. You know that area. You are taken away all the clay, and it is remaining as such. Refilling with earth is uneconomical. So you can use it as a fisheries. Just for your knowledge, I am telling. This is, I don't know. This question will come from this. Value of such brick field is usually calculated on the basis of 10 years profit for the lessee's interest. This is the as far as valuation concerned, valuer is concerned. This point is important. Such a brick field is usually calculated on the basis of 10 years profit for lessee's interest. For lesser's interest, the valuation basis at the present value of the rental return and reversion of to fishing or suitable other rights pertaining to tank thus formed. Okay, so you have to, as usual, revision when you revert it, you are going to get a fishery, right? Maybe. So fish price, all those things we should know. What kind of salt fish is there? What you call freshwater fish is there? All those kind of things you have to learn and value it. That is what I am saying. Under the sun, you have to value everything, even fish. So fishing or farming, everything we should know. This is the basic principle of valuation as a land and building. I would like to this important point. I'd like to emphasize. As a valuer, I'm proud to be say that I can I pray to God that I can value anything under the sun. Goodwill, as well as fisher, if it is fisheries or cinema theater, brick kiln or mining, gold mine, or anything in trees, gardens, landscape, whatever tangible or intangible, that's the plus point. Even intangible also we are valuing. So see how the profession is developed. We can never imagine before 3 or 4 years before, we never imagined we can do these things in our life as a valuer. Now you should be proud about it, that we are doing valuation for everything under the sun, everything. So I think this our valuation of fisheries there. this is all your I made it because of it is mentioned in your syllabus. So valuation of fisheries is two types: sweet water, as I told you, sweet water and salt water. Valuation on the basis profit, but of course, profit, yield, fish per acre. How much fish you will make per acre of land. Government fisheries. This will get only from the government department, fisheries department. If your state has got a fisheries department, you can go there and ask. They are very happy to provide you the details, because nowadays our governments, all the governments, are trying to what do you call it, boost our economy through any other entrepreneurship. So fishing is becoming, fisheries is becoming a lucrative business now in Kerala also. So many fisheries have started nowadays. It's like small scale industries in Kerala now. Since it is run by people with that is the why government fisheries department. The reason also I wrote it is, since it is run by people with not much of an education background, fishermen folks, you know it. So better to, they don't know how to calculate all those things. Acre, they don't know. They are not bothered. They know plenty of fish. They will get plenty of money. Also, they will get it. So they won't go the technical data or anything. So you have to approach government fisheries department so that you will get the yield. Then YP, years purchase, 10 to 12 on net percent. You can take 10 to 12%. It's a pretty good profit. So absence of data, that is where we are failing. Say absence of data is there. Value should be on the basis of land value and depreciate value of bunds plus expected value of fish, with fishery on appropriate date of valuation. So that particular date is very important, and the cost involved in it. You won't get a data because since it is run by, I told you, no, not much educated background people, poor people. So some data you will not able to get, but an experienced valuer can handle this cases, such cases, very successfully. So you learn more about fisheries. Just once you start learning, and you get the result. You go through deep into the subject after IBBA at least these topics. So one day you will get if it's up to your passion and ambition. The opportunity comes when your depends on your passion, your ambition. Then only you will get the opportunity. Then only you will notice the opportunity. Rather, I will say so. Opportunities are there, but it may go through your window, but you won't notice it. Once you are ambitious, and ambitious in the sense, good sense, ambitious and passionate about your this field, particular field, you will get plenty of opportunity to value fisheries. I don't get a chance, unfortunately, to fisheries only, but all others, almost all things, I have a chance to value, but fisheries I never valued. I hope I will get one reason. Even if the remuneration is low, I will go for a fishery, because I had to study a lot more in fisheries. So let's go to the next slide. Thank you. So our two main 7 plus 7 14 market and income approach. It is over, and I will share some of the questions with you. Slide I will definitely now itself I can share, but there is some omitted portions which is I think you can if you can handle yourself, it is well and good. You just especially the area where that investment decisions or real estate and investment yield from real estate, other forms of investment, sound investment comparison, these things, the three proportion. I didn't elaborate it much because it will take more. See, you have to learn a lot in those pages. So if you can do it yourself, it's better. because it's out of our timing actually. This subject, these three subjects, real estate investment, yield from real estate, vice versa, other forms of investments, non-investor comparison. It's the only portion which I left. I didn't left it actually, but I cut short it. So thank you very much. I will see after. Where is my camera? On my camera. Okay, now I think we can now lunch 1:45. 2:30 come back? 2:30? Is it okay? Or 3 or 2:30 is okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's come back to 2:30. But 2:30, I think I want the host to be somebody to inform the host to start exactly at 2:30.
Sir, he's made you the host, so I think now.
2:30 is okay.
I am the host.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Then I will start. No problem. I can start 2:30. Thank you. Thank you very much, Gupta ji, and other people who have made me the host, so that I can start myself now. There, I don't want to disturb anybody. So I will disturb
Thank
you
you, sir.
only, you people only. So let's come after lunch. Thank you very much yeah, for your listening, patient listening. Is there any one question? Is there any name for ratio of tangible and no? There is no name. It is a ratio between tangible and intangible value that we have to calculate. That is generally I talk speaking. I told you, it is somewhere between 70% for tangible and 30% for intangible. Approximately, this is approximation. The real calculation is something different, and it is not that easy also. So that's why I told you one question has come only one time. I don't know it is repeated or not. So we are sharing these questions to among us. Nobody has answered till now. So as soon as I get the answer, I will publish in your group. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll see you after exactly at 2:30. I'll be here. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm stopping slideshow. Okay, leave the meeting. Yeah. And for